The House will be in order. The chair lays out the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., March 9th, 2022. I hereby appoint the Honorable Sylvia R. Garcia to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Almighty God, our lives are in your hands. In you do we find wisdom and strength. From you are we provided counsel and understanding. Therefore we will not fear, though the earth should change, though the mountains shake in the heart of the sea, though its waters roar and foam, though the mountains tremble in the heart of the sea. God, be in the midst of us, in the midst of this chamber, in this city, in this country, and in this world. In the dawning of this morning, God, help us all. The nations are in an uproar, but at the sound of your voice, kingdoms totter. When you speak, the earth melts. Then speak into the cacophony of chaos and topple all pride and arrogance. Utter your words of wisdom and melt the folly of fear-mongering. Silence all voices but your own. Then let us be still and know that you alone are God. In the strength of your name, we offer our prayers this day. Amen.
Amen. Pursuant to Section 11A of the House Resolution 188, the Journal of the last day's proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Kansas, Ms. Davids.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 5 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Kansas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek...
You're requesting one for suspension of the House?
To address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last Friday, a student brought a gun into Olathe East High School. By noon, 3 people, an assistant principal, a school resource officer, and a student were on their way to the Overland Park Regional Medical Center with gunshot wounds. Students hid in classrooms, sending texts that every parent dreads receiving, someone shooting inside the school. Thanks to the actions of Officer Eric Clark and the assistant principal, Caleb Stoppel, those parents were able to reunite with their students safely on Friday afternoon. We're all grateful and hoping for their full recovery. I know I'm not alone in thinking that things could have been much worse were it not for their intervention. I would also like to commend the Olathe Police Department, Fire Department, and Johnson County Med Act for their exemplary response. Thank you for helping to keep our community safe. These are the headlines that every American is tired of reading, that everyone fears will come to their doorstep. We must step up mental health support in schools, not just in the aftermath of trauma, but permanently. And I stand with every parent, educator, student, and Kansan who has come together to call for common sense gun safety. We have to be brave enough to put our kids' lives first. Thank you, and I yield back.
She yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
To request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
You may proceed.
Madam Speaker, the Biden administration imposed sanctions on Russian energy imports. Biden finally listened to Republicans, but it means nothing if he's unwilling to take action to restore American energy independence today. The alternative is President Biden begging countries like Venezuela, Saudi Arabia, and Iran for energy, in which case all we have done is trade one tyrant for another. It's clear what we must do to lower energy costs. Open the Keystone XL pipeline, encourage expedited permits, allow leasing on federal lands. But it's unclear whether this administration is willing to put aside its Green New Deal pipe dream to make it happen. It's absolutely shameful that the President would rather make deals with our adversaries than build the Keystone XL pipeline or remove burdensome regulations on America's energy producers. Under every single circumstance, Biden has chosen foreign energy over American energy, adversarial nations over the American people. That is the definition of America last.
The gentleman's time has expired.
It's time to put America first. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and legacy of a true New Hampshire original, a dedicated public servant, and a passionate advocate for the causes that he held dear. Rennie Cushing, the Democratic leader of the New Hampshire House of Representatives, passed away on Monday after a courageous battle with cancer. I served with Rennie in the State House. I saw firsthand his compassion, empathy, and good faith that he brought to every issue and every debate. He was guided by a strong moral compass and a sense of liberty and justice, right and wrong. His life leaves a hole in New Hampshire that can never be filled. And we should all take inspiration from the legacy that he leaves behind. We'll miss our friend, and New Hampshire will miss the tireless spirit of a man who spent his life in the arena, striving to make people's lives better and striving to make hope and history rhyme. My thoughts are with his family, his 3 daughters, and all who knew him and were touched by his example. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent of the House to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to share the story of a family in my district that is working to make sure their friends and neighbors know where and how their beef is raised. Last Saturday, the Nave family of Comanche, a 6th-generation farming family, officially opened the new Nave family beef processing plant. For generations, the Nave family has raised cattle and grown crops in eastern Iowa, with 3 generations currently working the farm in Comanche. For years, smaller meatpacking operations like the Naves have faced an uphill battle against the bigger meat packers in the industry. Last year, I introduced the Meatpacking Special Investigators Act to tackle anti-competitive prices in the meat and poultry industries that threaten the American food supply and U.S. national security. Right now, the 4 big meat packers purchase and process 85% of the total U.S. beef production. My legislation would give the Department of Agriculture the tools it needs to crack down on bad actors and push for fair competition within the marketplace. Overconcentration in the meatpacking industry is costing Iowa farmers money left and right, while the average American pays more at the store. I will continue to fight for family operations like the Naves and wish them the best of luck as they begin this new journey and improvise to create a better marketplace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the Girl Scouts of San Jacinto Council on their century of service to the girls of Southeast Texas. 100 years ago, the Girl Scouts of San Jacinto Council was founded in Houston, Texas. Today, the council has grown immensely to 54,000 Girl Scouts members. That's a lot of girls who are being empowered to lead and serve. You see, Girl Scouts are change makers who become bold and strong leaders. In fact, the 117th Congress boasts a record number of women members, and more than 55% of us are Girl Scout alums. Well, I never really was a Girl Scout. I served on their board for many years in Houston, and I know firsthand, no matter what these Girl Scouts choose to do in life, they will be well prepared. I can't wait to see what the next 100 years will bring to Girl Scouts of San Jacinto Council. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House 1 minute.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it is my great privilege to honor Enterprise High School's men's basketball team on winning their first ever Class 7A championship. As a Wildcat alum, I could not be prouder of these young men and their dedication and performance. The players who sweated through countless practices, the coaches who led them, the faithful Wildcat fans who traveled to support the team should all be proud of this remarkable achievement. Coach Rhett Harrelson, a friend and fellow Enterprise native, and his staff deserve great credit for leading our young men to this championship. Our fans have our sincere appreciation for ensuring that the home games were rowdy and our team always had familiar faces screaming at the away games. As a fellow Wildcat, I want to honor this amazing team for all they have accomplished, and I look forward to watching this program continue to grow. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I recently attended a gathering of the local Ukrainian American community in my district. I heard so many heartbreaking accounts. One man, Joe Galazin, told me about his wife, Elena, their 2 kids, 9-year-old Alyssa and 16-year-old Danilo. The children were expecting to start school soon in the same Pennsylvania public schools where my 2 children went many years ago. Instead, they got trapped in Kharkiv. Unable to get out before the bombs began raining down, they found refuge in a bomb shelter. My office is in communication with the family. They are in a holding pattern in Lviv, uncertain of how or when they will be able to make the increasingly dangerous trip to the Polish border. These children will never be able to unsee the devastation they witnessed. They know that relatives who had to stay behind may lose their lives. Why? Because of this completely unprovoked, illegal invasion and these airstrikes on civilians who simply want to live in peace. The justice is overwhelming. We must redouble our efforts to support the Ukrainian people in this fight for their sovereignty. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I send to the desk a privileged report from the Committee on Rules for filing under the rule.
The clerk will read the title.
Report to accompany House Resolution 972, resolution providing for consideration of the Senate amendment to the bill H.R. 2471 to measure the progress of the post-disaster recovery and efforts to address corruption, governance, rule of law, and media freedoms in Haiti, providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 75, making further continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022, and for other purposes, and providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 6968 to prohibit the importation of energy products of the Russian Federation and for other purposes.
Referred to the House calendar and ordered printed.
Madam Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 972 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 67, House Resolution 972. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to take from the Speaker's table the bill H.R. 2471 to measure the progress of post-disaster recovery and efforts to address corruption, governance, rule of law, and media freedoms in Haiti, with the Senate amendment thereto, and to consider in the House, without intervention of any point of order, a motion offered by the Chair of the Committee on Appropriations or her designee that the House concur in the Senate amendment with an amendment consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-35. The Senate amendment and the motion shall be considered as read. The motion shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the Chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the motion to its adoption without intervening motion. The question of adoption of the motion shall be divided for a separate vote on all of the matter proposed to be inserted by the amendment of the House other than divisions B, C, F, X, and Z, and titles 2 and 3 of Division N. The 2 portions of the divided question shall be considered in the order specified by the Chair. If either portion of the divided question fails of adoption, then the House shall consider to have made no disposition of the Senate amendment. Section 2, the Chair of the Committee on Appropriations and the Chair of the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence may insert in the congressional record not later than March 11, 2022, such material as they may deem explanatory of the Senate amendment and the motion specified in the first section of this resolution. Section 3, Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 75, making further continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022, and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the joint resolution are waived. The joint resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the joint resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the joint resolution and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 4. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 6968, to prohibit the importation of energy products of the Russian Federation and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions of the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 hour.
Madam Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Oklahoma, my good friend Mr. Cole, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume, and during consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purposes of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, let me wish you good morning, and my good friend Mr. Cole, good morning. It feels like just a couple of hours ago I was saying good morning. But let me say to the gentleman, he looks marvelous for getting no sleep, and it's great to be with you. Madam Speaker, the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 972, providing for the consideration of the Senate amendment to H.R. 2471, the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2022. It provides for a motion to concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 2471 with a House amendment and 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations. It divides the question on adoption of the motion into 2 votes in the order specified by the chair, and provides that if any portion of the divided question fails, the House shall be considered to have made no disposition of the Senate amendment. The rule also provides for consideration of H.J. Res. 75, the extension of Continuing Appropriations Act of 2022 under a closed rule. It provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. Finally, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 6968, the Suspending Energy Imports from Russia Act, under a closed rule. It provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means, and provides 1 motion to recommit. Madam Speaker, the bills contained in this rule are about investing in our communities and families here at home and living up to our values abroad. Throughout last summer, House Democrats were hard at work passing appropriation bills funding nearly all of the federal government to build on the momentum of our economic recovery. This full-year omnibus is the product of extensive bipartisan, bicameral negotiations. Both sides have come together to produce an agreement to fund the government that I think has resulted in a very, very good bill. This means this agreement does not include everything I wanted, and I know it doesn't include everything my Republican friends wanted. But I think at the end of the day, it's a good package that is going to benefit the American people. I especially want to recognize Chairwoman DeLauro and Ranking Member Granger and thank them for forging a bipartisan path forward. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the incredible staff of the Appropriations Committee, as well as the incredible staff of the Rules Committee, Democrats and Republicans, who have worked tirelessly to bring this legislation to the floor today. I think most of my colleagues here do not appreciate how hard the staff works, and I think the American people ought to be proud of those who serve up here in both parties for their public service. The work of Chairwoman DeLauro and Ranking Member Granger could not have come at a more critical time. We are at a moment in history that demands a strong, confident America. And the certainty provided by this omnibus will allow us to tackle some of our country's biggest challenges by helping to support good-paying American jobs, by building ladders of opportunity for hardworking families, by confronting the existential threat of climate change, and by investing in life-saving research into maternal health, mental health, and opiate abuse. I am proud that we negotiated a government funding package that centers the needs of middle-class and working families, not the rich and not on powerful special interests. I'm particularly proud that one of the provisions included in this package is funding for a White House conference on food, nutrition, hunger, and health. It is something that we have worked together on in a bipartisan way in the Rules Committee and with Democrats and Republicans in the Senate. We live in the United States of America, the richest country on the history of this planet. And yet, as we gather here today, close to 40 million of our fellow citizens don't know where the next meal is going to come from. There is not a single congressional district in America that is hunger-free. We ought to be ashamed of that. And hunger is a political condition. We can solve this problem, but we need to have the political will. And this conference, I hope, will provide that political will. I'll remind my colleagues the last time we had a conference on this subject was 54 years ago. And so I am looking forward to working with the White House and my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to forge a path forward to end hunger in America once and for all. Madam Speaker, this rule also provides for consideration of a short-term continuing resolution that keeps the government funded at current levels through March 15 to give the United States Senate adequate time to pass this full-year omnibus agreement and get it to President Biden's desk so that he can sign it. And in the wake of the unprovoked and horrific invasion of Ukraine at the hands of Russian President Vladimir Putin, this Congress is taking urgent bipartisan action to protect global peace and security and hold Putin's corrupt regime accountable. Yesterday, I co-chaired a meeting of the Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission, and we had a detailed discussion about what was happening in Ukraine and the fact that what is happening has risen to the level of war crimes, and there needs to be accountability. You know, we've all seen the awful pictures and the awful videos. Madam Speaker, families gunned down, apartment buildings bombed, and the indiscriminate use of force. Yet still, the people of Ukraine are courageously standing up for freedom. Congress, the Biden administration, and the people of the United States must stand with them. And that is exactly what this measure does. By encouraging the World Trade Organization members to suspend concessions to Russia, taking steps to review Russia's international trade status, and, very importantly, by reauthorizing a strengthened Global Magnitsky Human Rights Accountability Act so that the United States can impose further sanctions on human rights abusers in Russia and around the globe. America is standing up to bullies like Putin who think that they can evade their way into an empire and blackmail the world with their oil. And I want to commend President Biden for taking action to stop the import of Russian energy products into the United States, action which our legislation supports. I should also say, Madam Speaker, that I had kind of hoped that this could have come up under suspension, because I like to think there is no dissent on what we are doing in this legislation. And I'm concerned that some of my friends on the other side objected to the strengthening of human rights provisions in the Magnitsky Act. Ironically, the language that we are using is language very similar to the executive order put forward by President Trump. I don't agree with him on a lot of things, almost nothing, but I think he was right signing an executive order to actually strengthen the human rights criteria for the Magnitsky legislation. I mean, we ought to hold human rights abusers, those guilty of corruptions, accountable. And for anybody to want to weaken the standard to want to let some people off the hook, I think is unconscionable. And so I hope there's a strong bipartisan vote on this. And finally, I want to highlight that our bipartisan omnibus agreement includes $13.6 billion in emergency military, humanitarian, and economic support for Ukraine. This week, the United States has warned that this is the, quote, fastest growing refugee crisis in Europe since World War II, end quote. And I'm proud that we are taking the moral obligation of humanitarian assistance seriously. Together, these measures, in addition to the strong leadership shown by President Biden, working quickly and in close consultation with our allies and partners, have placed enormous pressure on President Putin and his corrupt oligarchs to end this war. And I hope that he does that immediately. The final thing I'm going to say is to echo what I began with. This bill is not perfect through the eyes of anybody, whether you're a liberal Democrat like me or whether you're a conservative Republican. And this rule allows people to express their support and their lack of support for different parts of this bill very clearly. Some think that the defense section is too high. I personally do, but we have an opportunity to be able to vote yes or no on that. Some think that the investments in domestic spending are too high. I think they're not high enough, but whatever, people have an opportunity to be able to vote yes or no on that. So I hope that we can get support for the rule, and I hope that we can get this legislation passed today, sent over to the Senate, and help the American people. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank my very good friend, the distinguished gentleman from Massachusetts, Chairman McGovern, for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume. Today's rule covers 3 items. The first item is a bill to ban imports of Russian oil into the United States and to impose additional sanctions following Russia's unprovoked and unjust invasion of Ukraine. Madam Speaker, although I will be supporting this bill, I cannot help but feel that this is a half measure and a missed opportunity to exhibit unified support on immediate steps to confront Putin's evil regime. Yesterday, Senators Wyden and Crapo introduced a much stronger bill, one that was negotiated over the weekend by Republicans and Democrats in both the House and the Senate. But rather than taking yes for an answer, the majority instead put forward a weaker bill, one that's watered down and leaves loopholes wide enough to drive a tanker through. Banning Russian oil imports in the wake of Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine should be an obvious no-brainer, just as it ought to be a no-brainer for the President to reverse his misguided policies and unleash development of America's own energy sources. But instead of doing so, the Biden administration continues to discourage domestic oil and gas production and is asking every other oil producer in the world to make up the difference. Instead of encouraging our own domestic sources of energy, which could meet our needs, critically supply our allies, and strengthen American energy independence, President Biden has instead taken steps like unilaterally canceling the Keystone XL pipeline, imposing a ban on new oil and gas exploration and leasing on federal lands, and telling hard-working Americans who are struggling to buy expensive gasoline to instead go buy more expensive electric vehicles. Failing to develop America's energy resources is a missed opportunity, Madam Speaker, just like this bill. We had a better option. I wish we had taken it. Our second item today is an omnibus appropriations package covering the remainder of the year 2022, and the third is a short-term continuing resolution to ensure continuity of government funding while Congress processes the larger bill. Madam Speaker, it's been a very, very long road to get to this point. But today, the House will act on a bipartisan, bicameral appropriations package. As vice-ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, I'm encouraged that we are finally nearing completion of this fundamental function of Congress to provide full-year funding for the government. We are here today in a time of great crisis. 2 weeks ago, Russian President Vladimir Putin launched an unprovoked and unjust war against Ukraine, its democratic neighbor to the west. Inflation has skyrocketed to a 40-year high, and due to the administration's reckless action, gas prices have continued to soar month after month after month. Yet despite these crises, the members of this body have worked together and have found common ground on today's legislation. As I've said many times, one of the most consequential duties of a member of Congress is to fund the government and keep it open and operating. At a time of crisis, this is more important than ever. Last year, the Appropriations Committee passed all 12 appropriations bills out of committee and succeeded in passing 9 of those bills across the floor before the August recess. Unfortunately, these bills were partisan and did not receive support from any Republican members, and with good reason. Today, we are 5 months into fiscal year 2022, and despite the long process, the road forward has always been clear. It was clear last July, just as it's clear today, that in order to reach a final bipartisan, bicameral deal on appropriations for FY 2022, 4 conditions needed to be met. I'm greatly pleased that in this bill meets all 4. The first is to ensure that the long-standing bipartisan pro-life provisions historically included in the appropriations bills are restored. These include the Hyde Amendment, which prevents federal dollars from being used to pay for abortions, except in the limited cases of rape, incest, and life of the mother, and the Weldon Amendment, which protects American doctors, nurses, and other healthcare professionals from participating in and providing abortions if they have a moral objection. The inclusion of these and other broadly popular provisions was and is an absolute necessity for this bill to have any chance of becoming law. I'm personally deeply grateful that they are included in this package. Second, partisan policy riders that were included in the bills that passed the House last summer needed to come out. These are provisions that both sides did not agree to and do not enjoy bipartisan consensus. At the end of the day, we needed to reach an agreement on these items to move forward, and fortunately, each of these provisions has been removed. Third, the level of defense spending absolutely needed to come up. Unfortunately, last year, President Biden proposed a budget that underfunded national defense, repeating the mistake of the Obama-Biden administration of chronically underfunding our national defense. But earlier this year, the House Armed Services Committee and the Senate Armed Services Committee, both controlled by Democrats, worked together in a bipartisan manner to authorize an increase in defense spending of $25 billion over the fiscal year. In today's bill, appropriators actually went beyond that, ensuring a robust increase in defense spending. This increase is necessary to ensure that our armed forces will have the funds needed to maintain our readiness and to procure the weapons and assets the warfighters of tomorrow will need to continue to succeed on the battlefield. This includes increases for defense assets based in my own home state of Oklahoma. If the present crisis in Ukraine shows us nothing else, it should show us the need to continue to adequately fund our national defense. Finally, the fourth condition that needed to be met was that the proposed levels of non-defense spending had to come down. In the initial set of bills that passed the House, my friends in the majority sought to include a 17% increase in non-defense spending. While that no doubt included many worthy items, Republicans generally felt that 17% was excessive, particularly given the substantial needs on the defense side of the ledger. But the bill before us today increases non-defense spending by just 6.7%. which will allow the increased investments, will allow for increased investments in key areas while also ensuring that we will continue to be responsible stewards of taxpayer dollars. Of course, this 6.7% ensures that there will be significant and important investments in non-defense areas across the government. I'm particularly pleased that the National Institutes of Health will receive a robust $2.25 billion increase, which will help advance medical science, help address future pandemics, and continue our progress toward defeating the scourge of cancer. We are also funding ARPA-H, one of the President's highest priorities, at $1 billion in its first year of operation. I'm also encouraged that this bill provides significant increases for TRIO, Gear Up, two programs that are close to my heart that help first-generation students go to college. These are just a few of the programs that I could point to that are worthy of increased funding and investment, and this bill has done that. The legislation before us today represents a negotiated compromise between the House and the Senate, and obviously between Democrats and Republicans. Given that it's a compromise, that means neither side got everything that they wanted. As I've often said, in a compromise, you have to give up more than you'd like to get less than you want. Indeed, this is not the bill I would have written had I written it alone. But at the end of the day, it represents a good balance for Congress and for the nation. Before I finish, I want to congratulate my friends and colleagues on the Appropriations Committee, particularly Chairwoman Rosa DeLore and Ranking Member Kay Granger, without whom we would not have gotten to where we are today. And I also want to extend my huge thank you, as my chairman did, to the Appropriations Committee staff and to the Rules staff on both sides of the aisle. These staffers are truly unsung heroes who spent many long and sleepless nights over the preceding weeks, including the past weekend. We would not be here without them today. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me just say that I have enormous respect for the gentleman from Oklahoma, and I think, and there's this old adage that you don't have to agree on everything to agree on something, and much of what he cited is something that I think we all can agree on. Investments in medical research, support for the NIH, investments in trying to find ways to manage and cure cancer. All those things are incredibly important, and I think they bring us together. Some of the things he said I disagree with. I believe it is a mistake to deny women their legal reproductive rights, and I think the defense budget is way too big. Spending more on something doesn't necessarily get you a better result. We need to spend more efficiently and more effectively. We have a military budget that is so bloated, that is so excessive, that is so filled with cost overruns that even Dr. Strangelove would be impressed. We need to do better. But having said that, I am aware that we have to be able to live within we have to be able to deal on legislation within the reality that we live in. And so, we have a 50-50 Senate. We have a majority here in the House, not as big as I would like. Hopefully that changes in November. But the bottom line is we have to work with what we have, and I think that's what has occurred here. I just want to say one thing, though. We continue to hear this claim that President Biden's climate policies are somehow to blame for the latest spike in gas prices, but I think we need to just set the record straight here. Domestic energy production is up, it is rising, and it is approaching records. There are over 9,000 approved drilling permits the oil industry is not using, and truth is that changes in domestic energy policy often take years to impact global energy markets. Instead, what is happening here is oil companies are using Putin's war as an excuse to jack up prices at the pump even more. And they argue for looser regulations, cheaper drilling, and more pollution. This is Putin's price hike. And quite frankly, at this time of global crisis, I would like to appeal to the patriotism of big oil in this country to not make record profits their priority, to actually put the American people's interest, in fact, the global interest, first. So let's not fool ourselves that greed isn't at play here. And I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a March 4th opinion article written by the House Natural Resource Committee Chairman Raul Grijalva entitled "Oil and Gas Lobbyists Are Using Ukraine to Push for a Drilling Free-for-All in the United States."
Without objection.
At this time, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Let me thank the gentleman, and as well, let me add my appreciation to Chairwoman Rosa DeLauro and Ranking Member Granger, and admit that the world now sees this every day in American newspapers and around the world, the pillage, the desperation, the violence, the death of women and children in Ukraine, the worst humanitarian crisis that we've seen in a century, and as well the absolute outrage of the killing machine that Putin is and the terroristic acts. He is a war criminal. I rise today to support H.R. 6968 and to be able to thank my friend from Texas, Mr. Doggett, for joining us together to be able to move forward on language that works to hold Russia accountable for its invasion of Ukraine by denying its preferential trade treatment and seeking to remove it from the World Trade Organization. This legislation bans Russian energy imports and suspends preferential trade treatment with Belarus, which I was at the border of Belarus as it was hosting 30 to 40,000 Russian troops, and its reckless attitude of incarcerating and detaining its own political opposition. The head of Belarus is no better. The president receives the ability to further increase tariffs on Russian or Belarusian goods. Congress is empowered to disapprove any presidential decision to restore normal trade relations or to remove the import ban. It further closes yet another avenue for Russian participation in the world economy by revoking most favored nation status, dealing with the exports, as well as its participation in the world trade, and denying Belarus membership. Further, with this ban on Russian energy imports, Americans will no longer be contributing to Putin's most violent actions. He is a war criminal. He is killing children. Let me also rise in support of H.R. 2471. I call it Working Americans Response Act. It is an appropriations that deals with health care and education. It deals with climate change, and it also deals with responding to the needs of the American people.
Time has expired.
The gentleman, additional 30 seconds.
You're recognized for another 30 seconds.
Thank you so very much. It additionally responds to the potential of those that are facing domestic violence and sexual assault with the Violence Against Women Act that I led and had passed in this House just a few months ago. So let me say that this is a job well done to all of those who have been working, but let us do this in a bipartisan manner. The people of Ukraine cry out in pain. Russia is now brought to its knees. Let's make sure that Vladimir Putin never stands on the world stage again. Again, I thank you so very much. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves, and the gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I yield time to my next speaker, I want to yield myself such time as I may consume, just to quickly respond to my friend's comment about the energy industry. I'm from an energy district. I'm from an energy state. My constituents and their forebears have produced more energy than they have consumed for over 100 years, and they've shared it all over the world, but particularly across this country. Thank God for them. Because quite frankly, what Americans would be paying at the pump now would be astronomical if it were not for them. And since 2005, American oil and gas production, or oil production, has doubled. And that's due to their ingenuity. And frankly, we pay almost the lowest energy prices in the world. And I'm sorry to put all these energy increases off on Vladimir Putin. He's certainly responsible for those this week. But the reality is, for the entire Biden presidency, energy prices have been going up. And that's because the president, on his very first day, effectively declared war on the fossil fuel industry. You know, he canceled the Keystone Pipeline. He changed the leasing and drilling rules on federal land. The hostility has been simply overwhelming. And now, where does that put us? The United States is going to Iran to ask them to increase energy prices, the largest sponsor of state terrorism. We're spending, friends, down, representatives to Venezuela. My God, why don't we just call people in Houston and Oklahoma City and Cheyenne? We've got lots of places that know how to produce energy and have been doing it cheaply, efficiently, fairly, and cleanly for decades. So the reality is, let's not attack them. They're our salvation in a time of trial, and they're our national security in moving forward. So I just think, I feel very strongly about that. With that, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished member of the Rules Committee and of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Dr. Burgess of Texas.
The gentleman from
I thank the
Texas is
gentleman
recognized.
for yielding. And I also am from an energy state, and I want to associate myself with the remarks of Ranking Member Cole as far as the energy industry is concerned. Quite correct. The hostility of the Biden administration to American energy was front and center from day one when the president took the oath of office. And it is only the last 6 weeks that we've seen the hostility from Putin and Russia. But the seeds were set for record high energy prices because of the activities of the Biden administration and the Democratic leadership in this Congress, quite frankly. But I'm here today to speak about the spending bill that's in front of us. Halfway through the fiscal year, we finally have the appropriations bills for the spending for this year, and I'm grateful to see a copy on the Speaker's desk. That's the only copy that I have seen. Certainly we didn't have a copy last night in the Rules Committee, so I'm gratified to know that there does exist a copy of this spending bill. But once again, no member of the People's House has really had the opportunity to look at and weigh in on. No ability to amend last night in the Rules Committee, no ability to really affect this massive spending bill that is in front of us. I plan to offer several amendments to improve this bill. The public health mandates are easing around the country. The Department of Transportation still requires patrons to wear masks on public transportation on airlines. This could and should be rescinded, and this was an opportunity to do just that. As Mr. Cole mentioned, we are experiencing some of the highest gas prices in over a decade, maybe even in this generation, and no funds in this bill should be expended to restrict the operation or development of oil and gas pipelines to get that vitally needed energy out of places like the Permian Basin to population centers, Dallas, Houston, Oklahoma City, where they can be consumed or where they can be liquefied and exported to other countries. Look, federal agencies are behind. Veteran services are severely backlogged. I would have loved to submit an amendment to appropriate some additional dollars, $2 billion, to the Department of Veterans Affairs so that they could relieve this backlog for our veterans. And in fact, the budget neutrality requirements in the Medicare physician fee schedule, those could have been waived, and we could have done so with the excess funds in the Provider Relief Fund, and given our frontline health personnel a little bit of a break from the fact that they've been on the front lines battling the coronavirus for 2 years, and what do they get for that effort? A pay cut. So the Congressional Budget Office did provide to the budget.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I yield the gentleman an additional minute.
You're recognized for additional time.
The Congressional Budget Office did provide to the Budget Committee, of which I'm also a member, a list of the top 20 agencies that are overfunded with funds that have been appropriated over the last 2 years. And in fact, the totality of those 20 accounts is $340 billion. There were monies available to do a lot of things that are in this bill could have been offset if we'd simply taken the time to do it. And I will say, since I'm a member of the authorizing committee, going forward, our authorizing committees have to do their work. They have to do the study because we can't expect it to all happen at the appropriations committee at the 11th hour. I do want to ask unanimous consent that the spreadsheet from the Congressional Budget Office be added to today's record, because I think it's important that people be able to see where those monies exist. And I yield back to the ranking member. Thank you.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to correct the record on one thing. The gentleman said he didn't get a copy of the text of what we're considering here today. It was put in his Dropbox, and he could have downloaded it. It was emailed to his staff. It was posted online. Yeah, we didn't print off a 3,000-page bill, and I believe in saving trees. So, but it was available, and I just want to point that out for the record. I will also just say, and again, with great respect for my two colleagues on the Rules Committee, I don't share their enthusiasm about big oil companies. I just don't. They are making record profits right now, all-time high record profits, while Americans are paying more at the gas pump. I will remind my friends that when Donald Trump was president, we had unemployment at about 14.9%, which was terrible. It is now down to 3.8%, which is driving up demand. Nobody is questioning the fact that there is a supply and demand problem here. But we also ought to understand that part of these price hikes, in addition to the Putin price hike, is the oil company price hike. And as we try to figure out how to alleviate the burden on the American people, which we're trying to do, we also have to figure out how we do it in a way where any savings or any tax incentives that we might provide are actually passed on to the consumer. Because the oil industry in this country, the big oil companies, have a history of price gouging, and that the fact that they're doing it now, I think, is unconscionable. And at this point, I will reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll refrain from correcting my friend again and just send him something to read. Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. If we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 6858, the American Energy Independence from Russia Act, for immediate consideration. 2 weeks ago, Russian President Vladimir Putin shocked the world by launching a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. In doing so, Mr. Putin revealed his true self, and that is a bully, a thug, a tyrant, bent on subverting his democratic neighbor to the west. In challenging not only Ukraine, but also the rest of the civilized world, Mr. Putin's powerful weapon is not his armies, potent though that may be, but the dependence of much of the rest of the world on Russian oil and gas. Already, he's begun to put the squeeze on democratic states seeking to challenge his invasion of Ukraine by threatening to cut off their supplies of energy. The American Energy Independence from Russia Act would address the challenge and would reposition the United States to be energy self-sufficient. It would immediately approve the Keystone XL pipeline, would restart oil and gas leasing on federal lands and waters, and would expand liquid natural gas exports at the moment Europe needs them most. In doing so, it would ensure that America remains energy independent and can act to address Russian aggression without risking economic damage. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment in the record, along with extraneous material immediately prior to the previous question.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To further explain our amendment, I yield 4 minutes to my good friend, distinguished member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Crenshaw of Texas.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Madam Speaker, I rise to oppose the previous question so we can immediately consider the American Energy Independence from Russia Act led by my friend and the Republican leader of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Kathy McMorris Rodgers. This week, our American president, asked Venezuela and Saudi Arabia to increase oil production, asked them to boost their output so that American consumers wouldn't see a spike in gas prices. Seems like a noble cause at first glance, but I couldn't help to think myself, what a strange thing to ask. Because surely he knows that we can also boost domestic production right here at home. Surely he knows that domestic production supports American jobs. And surely he knows that domestic production is cleaner by far than foreign production. Far better for the environment than Venezuelan oil, unless that socialist dictator suddenly became a devout green energy disciple without any of us knowing it. Surely President Biden knows that energy demand doesn't just disappear because you tell middle-class Americans to go buy a Tesla. Surely he knows all of this, right? The answer is, of course, yes. He does know that. The entire Democrat Party knows this. It is impossible not to know these things because these things are cold, hard facts. They are indisputable. And those facts are simple and worth repeating. Number one, the world will demand at least 50% more energy in the next 50 years. That's a fact. Number two, the energy demanded will be reliable energy, electricity that turns on when you want it, heat that keeps you alive in the winter, and air conditioning that keeps you cool in the summer. Fact number three, solar and wind cannot and will not ever provide this reliable energy. no matter how often you worship and pray to the deities of wind turbines and solar panels, proudly made, of course, by the communist genocidal country of China. Fact number 4, American production of oil and gas is far cleaner than any other country except maybe Canada. So these are indisputable facts. So where does that leave us? For anyone wise in the ways of common sense, it leads to one conclusion. It is in the American interest to pursue absolute American energy dominance. If you don't believe me, let's outline the alternative. Let's imagine we go the way of Germany and invest $500 billion in building out unreliable wind and solar production, only to watch our energy prices rise faster than anywhere else, and yet still be forced to turn on coal plants and import Russian gas because your green energy just doesn't work the way you wanted it to. The rest of Europe wasn't all that different. They increased their reliance on Russian gas from 10% to over 40% now. And I cannot help but notice that the Democrat Party seems intent on pursuing this very path, canceling leases and pipelines, increasing regulations, chastising our industry. And if no one else here noticed, someone in Russia certainly did. You fast forward to 2022, and Putin, with his newfound leverage over European energy supply, realizes it may just be the right time to exercise his imperialistic ambitions and retake the old Soviet territory of Ukraine, leaving thousands of innocents dead and a Western world order completely upended. And we're all left thinking the same thought. Wouldn't it be better if it was America supplying Europe its energy? Wouldn't it be better if Europe wasn't held hostage to the whims of a dictator? Wouldn't it be better if we didn't have to wonder where the extra oil would come from after we rightfully banned Russian imports? Well, most of us are thinking that. Of course, unfortunately, those in the majority, those in power, are not. And I pray that you start. We should defeat the previous question, pass the American Energy Independence from Russia Act, and pursue true American energy dominance. I yield back.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, give me a break. I hope my friends know better, and I hope they know what drives the price of oil. They talk as if there's just one little switch you can turn on. I hear them talk. Just bring the Keystone Pipeline back online. By the way, it was never built, and it was years away from bringing any oil to the United States. Foreign oil, by the way. Canada is another country. And even if it were built, we're told it may lower prices by maybe 1 cent a gallon and lock us into the same dependence on fossil fuels that got us into this mess to begin with. I mean, we have been arguing for years with my friends to let's make the transition away from fossil fuels to greener, cleaner energy, so every time there is a world crisis, we're not having this discussion. But instead, they continue to be in the pockets of the oil companies. Follow the money. Follow the money. Look where the oil companies are putting their money. And by the way, I should say, when they say we should do more drilling, the oil companies now have been provided 9,000 new drilling permits on public lands. Much to my disappointment, the Biden administration is actually outpacing even the Trump administration in approving new drilling permits on public lands and water. So give me a break. Here is the reality, and let me spell it out for my friends, and I think they know better, but again, it's politics as usual. Oil is a global commodity. Prices rise when supply chains are disrupted or demand is interrupted, like we saw during COVID. Prices rise when oil-producing countries launch destabilizing invasions. And yeah, when oil companies think they can use either of these as an excuse to jack up the prices, they do. They do. And I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a March 4th article from Newsweek entitled, "Little Evidence Keystone Pipeline Would Level Prices Despite GOP Claims."
Without objection.
I'd also urge all of my colleagues to do a little research and look at the profits of big oil in this country. Look at what they are making. While Americans are paying more at the pump, their executives are making more and more and more. So you can defend big oil if you want, and I get it. Maybe there's some benefit politically to doing that. Again, follow the money. But I have to tell you, I think people are sick of this. We've seen this movie before. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
This rule makes proper for our consideration legislation that I've offered to respond to the brutal aggression of Vladimir Putin, destroying hour by hour Ukraine, its people, with death and destruction. I'm pleased to hear from the gentleman from Oklahoma that he supports this legislation because it will be stronger if we are united in sending this message. Like so many Americans, I've watched the horrors in Ukraine. I've seen the people standing with their blue and yellow Ukraine banners and flags on the steps of the state capitol in Austin day after day, rain and shine, to express their concern. And like them and like so many of us of all political persuasions, we wonder, what can we do to prevent what is happening that we see played out in real time on our televisions? Well, in my case, it has been advocating that we get all of the weapons that the Ukrainians need to defend themselves to them yesterday, immediately, but to recognize that to put a squeeze on the Russian Empire, we should respond with the most effective sanctions that we can. And one of those sanctions arising out of the Ways and Means Trade Subcommittee is the ability to respond with reference to the World Trade Organization to Russia. The week before last, I introduced with Mr. Blumenauer, the chairman of that subcommittee, legislation concerning the trade status of the Russian Federation. The legislation that I introduced yesterday that this rule puts into effect is different from that, and I'll discuss that in the course of our consideration of the bill. But it continues to urge the expelling of Russia from the World Trade Organization, which I think we should do to attempt to isolate as completely as we can Russia from any benefits from the world economy. To see now one American-owned company closing down hundreds of its locations throughout Russia, one American company, including some of the big oil companies, withdrawing from the Russian Federation, they are acting in a way that supports what we need to do to keep Russia, to put Russia in an economic vice. I believe that there is much more that we need to accomplish, but that we respond today on the number one issue on the world agenda, and that is what's happening in Ukraine and what we can do to prevent it. Now, I understand some people continue to have their own ideological agenda to defend and ignore climate, deny the climate science, and promote more and more fossil fuels. They choose the Keystone Pipeline, which is exactly 8% completed. It uses the dirtiest form of oil in the tar sands. May I have another?
The gentleman's time has expired.
I yield the gentleman additional 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized for additional minute.
Coal tar sands of Canada. Completing the Keystone Pipeline will not save one Ukrainian life, as will the adoption of the rest of their agenda. Let me just say, I have only one agenda in this matter, and that is to respond to the aggression and do all we can to try to stop the brutal attacks unprovoked on the Ukrainian people. I am very pleased that this legislation that I introduced yesterday incorporates the good work of Chairman McGovern on the Global Magnitsky Act. That is legislation that fits so well with what I've been urging about Russia because it combats human rights abuses there and all over the world. He has strengthened the provisions of the Global Magnitsky Act, which would have expired at the end of this year. By incorporating it, it fits well with our agenda to respond to Russian aggression and human rights abuses that are going on as people are being murdered as we speak today.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, to further discuss the need for America to be energy independent, I yield 2 minutes to my good friend, a member of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, Mr. Stauber of Minnesota.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in opposition to the previous question so this Democrat-controlled House can finally do the right thing, pass the American Energy Independence from Russia Act. This morning, Americans are seeing even higher gas prices on their way to work when they saw work than they saw on last night's commute home. Sadly, tonight, tomorrow morning, next week, and next month, they're going to see the same episode play out on those commutes to and from work over and over again. While the cost of living and inflation over the last year spiraling out of control, the last thing American families need is $7 to $8 a gallon gasoline. Due to the policies of President Biden, we are more reliant on Putin and Russian energy than in recent history. I agree that we must immediately halt the import of Russian oil and LNG. However, it is a false narrative pushed by President Biden that it should be an unavoidable hit to Americans' pocketbook. This was avoidable, and it didn't have to be this way. Since Biden's first day in office, he has forced executive orders and supported policies that have made us more dependent on Russian energy. These policy choices are directly to blame for the increased pain at the pump that middle-class Americans are feeling. Take, for example, the opening line of an AP article 2 weeks ago, and I quote, "The Biden administration is delaying decisions on new oil and gas drilling on federal lands." Sure, some of these leases are not utilized, but that's because they are tied up in litigation from far-left, anti-jobs groups, or because they are awaiting delayed approvals from the Biden administration. So instead of approving rights of way, following the science, and putting our oil and gas developers to work, Joe Biden is making American families suffer. On behalf of the American people, the Ukrainian people, and just basic common sense.
The gentleman's time is expired.
Yield the gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
I join my colleagues Kathy McMorris-Rogers and Bruce Westerman in offering an American energy solution. While Biden's solution is to buy oil from Venezuela and Saudi Arabia, our solution is to put blue-collar workers, American workers, to work here at home and develop our God-given natural resources. We have the ability to bring costs down by unleashing the economic engine of American energy production. We can do that by defeating this previous question and passing the American Energy Independence from Russia Act. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
So, Madam Speaker, look, we are all trying to figure out a way to alleviate the burden of energy costs on consumers. I mean, it is brutal for a lot of families in this country. But listening to some of the speeches here, I kind of feel like we should have an amendment that we would require members of Congress to take a basic course in economics to understand how supply and demand works. Again, the oil companies have 9,000 leases that they are not utilizing as we speak. And I want to ask unanimous consent to insert in the record an article entitled Exclusive. Oil companies' profits soared to $174 billion this year as U.S. gas prices rose.
Without objection.
I love the fact that we can't even get anybody to express the slightest bit of outrage over the fact that oil companies are gouging us, making record profits, while Americans are paying more at the gas pump. I mean, I get it. They're very supportive of some on the other side, but I mean, give me a break. And I think the American people understand this. So we need to figure out a way to lower gas prices, to alleviate the burden on working families here, but to get up and to defend oil companies and oil company executives and put forward bills and ideas that are oil companies' wish list when they have 9,000 leases right now that they're not utilizing. And why? Because they're making record profits. I'd also say to my colleagues that the underlying bill that we are dealing with here today contains a lot of good stuff. The gentleman from Oklahoma alluded to it in his opening remarks about the incredible investments in medical research. You know, I was at the White House, as was the gentleman from Oklahoma, when President Biden announced the relaunch of his Cancer Moonshot program. I mean, you know, the issue when it comes to curing cancer is not whether we can, the issue is when will we do it? And that depends on investments. That depends on supporting innovation and medical research. This bill does that. That's a good thing. Should bring us all together. You know, there's, as we've talked about, there is, we're going to deal with a bill to help Ukraine, especially with humanitarian assistance, given the refugee crisis. And we're going to strengthen the global Magnitsky Law so that we have stronger human rights language, with which some of my friends on the other side of the aisle, unfortunately, have opposed. And I hope, I'm reading in the New York Times today an article, you know, once harsh Ukraine critics, Republicans pivot to loud support. I'm glad about that. I'm hoping that the people who called Ukraine the most corrupt country in the world under the previous administration will now at least vote to support that country as they're under attack by Vladimir Putin. But anyway, there's some really good stuff in this bill, and I'm looking forward to getting to the debate on this. And with that, I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves, and the gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To yield myself such time as I may consume. Just to remind my friend, because the last administration actually began lethal aid to the Ukraine, the Obama administration did not. So the record there is pretty clear as to who's helped the Ukrainians. Madam Speaker, to further discuss the need to get America out from under the thumb of Russia, I yield 2 minutes to my good friend, the member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Pfluger of Texas.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Madam Speaker, I rise today to oppose the previous question so that we can immediately pass the American Energy Independence from Russia Act. I'd like to thank Ranking Member Kathy McMorris-Rodgers for her leadership on this. And really, the question is simple. I think we're missing the point. The question here is the President of the United States going to pick America? Or is he going to pick our enemies? That is the debate here. Step one was great, and I'm glad that we are going to support Ukraine. I was there 5 weeks ago. We need to support Ukraine. Step two is we need the President to support America. Energy security is national security. Mr. President, it's time to put Midland over Moscow. Unfortunately, that security has been under assault for decades, but most recently, beginning on January 20th of 2021. The administration is leading the assault on energy. The reality is that American energy is the cleanest in the world, but the President and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle refuse to acknowledge that fact and unleash it. Instead, the President is choosing our adversaries, terrorists, and begging them to produce more when we can do it right here. Instead of calling on the 10 million Americans who do it every single day, we're outsourcing production to adversaries like Russia, Iran, Venezuela, and they're harming our environment even more. The war on Ukraine is horrifying and is heartbreaking. And when I sat with President Zelensky, he said that the impetus to invade his country came from the fact that Nord Stream existed. Our president green-lighted Nord Stream but canceled the Keystone Pipeline. Right now, today, there are 6 LNG terminals that the president, with a stroke of a pen, could approve. Are we going to pick the United States of America, or are we going to pick our adversaries? The United States should not be energy dependent. We need to be energy dominant. Put Midland over Moscow. Resume the Keystone Pipeline, unleash American LNG, restart oil and gas leasing on federal lands, and protect our own country. Pick our country.
Gentleman's time has expired.
With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the President. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
The gentleman asked the question, are we going to pick America or our adversaries? Interesting question. My friends on the other side have spent all their time criticizing President Biden and very little mention of Putin. I think that says it all. With that, I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for further explanation of our energy independence bill, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend and fellow Oklahoman, Ms. Vice.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. I rise today in opposition to the previous question so that we can immediately consider H.R. 6858, the American Energy Independence from Russia Act. Gas prices are at a record high, and unfortunately, they will continue to rise. While the Russian invasion of Ukraine has worsened the crisis, it is not the sole cause. The root cause of high energy and gas prices is due to the anti-energy policies of the Biden administration, which suspended all oil and gas leasing on federal lands, slow-walked liquefied natural gas exports, and halted construction of the Keystone XL pipeline, while green-lighting Russia's Nord Stream 2. These steps allowed Putin to corner the energy market and fund his invasion of Ukraine. American dollars can no longer go to countries whose interests run counter to America. America produces some of the cleanest oil and gas in the world. If my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to lower emissions and promote clean energy, they would rely on American oil and gas production in states like my home state of Oklahoma, not foreign countries like Russia, Venezuela, and even Iran. Oklahomans are tired of inaction from Washington. They expect solutions. We cannot continue to tap into the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, which is at some of the lowest levels since 2003. In addition, releasing 30 million barrels is only enough to meet our nation's energy requirements for about a day. Sadly, this week, House Democrats are not bringing forward a single piece of legislation to address the energy crisis. Under the Trump administration, America was energy independent and a net total energy exporter for the first time since 1952. Madam Speaker, energy security is national security. Sadly, under this administration, we have neither. Congress must act immediately to take up the American Energy Independence from Russia Act. This legislation would promote America's oil and natural gas production and unleash American energy independence once again.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
I yield back.
Georgia.
Madam Speaker,
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I move that the House be adjourned.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye.
Madam Speaker, I object on the grounds that a quorum is not present. Raise
All those opposed say no.
Raise a point
The
of order.
motion is not adopted. For what purpose
I ask
does the
for a
gentleman from
recorded
Georgia
vote.
rise?
I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the ayes and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. He's kind of asleep.
And voting underway in the House, voting on whether or not to adjourn ahead of some expected votes that were going to be happening here in the House, voting to move forward on how members will be taking up legislation to fund the government passed Friday night and banning oil and gas imports for Russia. Again, the House today working on funding the government through September 30th, the current funding expiring Friday night at midnight, which means the government would shut down unless Congress provides further funding, and also considering that bill that would ban importing oil and gas from Russia. But right now, deciding whether or not the House will adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Gonzalez of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote aye on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rush, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote no on adjournment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Fischbach of Minnesota pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Fischbach will vote yes on the motion to adjourn.
Gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Green from Tennessee, I inform the House that Mr. Green will vote yes on the motion to adjourn.
Gentleman from Utah seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Carl from Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Carl will vote aye on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Bonamici of Oregon, Ms. Del Bene of Washington, Mr. Harder of California, Ms. E.B. Johnson of Texas, Mr. Cohen of Tennessee. I'm informed that these 5 members will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gates from the state of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Gates will vote aye on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Andy Kim, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Amadei, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote yea on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Swazi of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Swazi will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ronnie Jackson of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Jackson will vote yea on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Grijalva, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California no, that.
As a member designated by Representatives Yvette Clark, Sherry, Andy Custer, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
Mess anymore. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Kai Kahele, I inform the House that Mr. Kahele will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by the following members: Juan Vargas, Lucille Roybal Allard, Mr. David Scott of Georgia, 13. I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Porter and Mr. McEachin, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. LaHood from Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. LaHood will vote yea on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Doyle of Pennsylvania, Mr. Keating of Massachusetts, and Mr. Trone of Maryland, I inform the House these members will vote nay on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Reed of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Reed of New York will vote no.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Vella, I inform the House that Mr. Vella will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
Does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Member designated by Ms. Bass of California, inform the House that this member will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
And a vote on a motion to adjourn underway in the House. This is delaying action on the government spending package that members are considering today. Part of that is trying to end debate to move forward on the rule which lays out how members will take up the spending legislation as well as legislation to ban oil and gas imports from Russia. A tweet from Sarah Ferris with Politico says Congress has hit a detour on the spending vote. Part of the delay, Democrats' angst at how the bill would pay for new COVID aid, clawing back money from states, not only certain states, according to sources. Angry members from Michigan, Wisconsin, Washington, other states are discussing this with leadership. Again, that tweet from Politico's Sarah Ferris. And this vote being held open on a motion to adjourn as lawmakers meet with leadership off the floor to discuss the details of the spending package that the House is planning on taking up today. Current government funding expires Friday night, and the government will shut down if no action's taken. House Republicans have called for this vote, which Heather Cagle with Punchbowl News tweets House Democratic leadership, namely Steny Hoyer, is not pleased about. Democrats were planning to leave for a retreat in Philadelphia this afternoon after voting on the omnibus spending bill, which this is delaying. Steny Hoyer says that he and Leader McCarthy had a very animated conversation a short time ago, Democrats trying to get to their retreat in Philly later today. And a vote that's been underway since just after 10 a.m. Eastern Time, going on 2 hours now, on a motion to adjourn. The House expected to vote on spending to avoid a government shutdown Friday night. That work being held up as lawmakers meet with leadership off the floor to discuss the details of the spending package, which would claw back some of the COVID-19 funding from states. Democrats also supposed to leave for their retreat in Philadelphia this afternoon. A tweet from Georgia Republican Jody Hice saying a massive late-night bill drops and Democrats expect us to vote on it without having the time to vet it. The system is broken. And also tweeting, Democrats are trying to rush the most massive spending bill in American history through the House to board a bus and head to their retreat as soon as possible. Again, a vote underway, motion to adjourn. It's been going on for about 2 hours now.
Good morning. I was afraid might have to cancel this because of votes, but apparently we're just going to hold votes open all day, so I got opportunities. Works out pretty well for all of us. On Sunday, Americans found themselves paying on average $4 per gallon. Now that was the highest since the Great Recession. 3 days later, the sticker shock at the pump has only gotten worse. Today we're paying $4.25 a gallon, the highest ever, and that's up from $2.53 was the national average when Biden took office. Now, if you're in California, drivers are waking up to a state average of $5.57 per gallon. President Biden keeps breaking records, but unfortunately, those records are breaking America's budget. With prices this high, families are expected to pay $2,000 extra just for the cost of fuel alone. And on top of that, the extra cost because of inflation at the highest it's been in the last 40 years. Yes, I know oil is an international market, but the main reason Americans are paying so much is bad domestic policies. These aren't Putin prices, they're President Biden's prices. Even a Democrat pollster recently admitted that blaming Russia for gas prices is a good news because the rest was just ambiguous. And yes, Mr. President, your policies are holding back domestic energy production. Your allies on Capitol Hill have actually called on American companies to lower oil production. Remember, they subpoenaed all the companies to come in, and this was the question that they got.
Are you embarrassed as an American company that your production is going up while the European counterparts are going down?
Congressman, as we have already heard about, demand for energy is going up in the world.
Okay, so you're not embarrassed. And do you commit to do anything? I'm just asking an open question. It's not a gotcha question. Do you commit to do anything to matching your European counterparts to try to bring the actual demand of oil production down?
Congressman, with all due respect, I'm very proud of our company and what we do. I'm proud of the companies.
So, no, you won't reduce the pollution.
I don't think Europe wants to be Europe today. I think they realize they made a mistake. But the leaders on the Democratic Party want to put us in the same weakness and strengthen Putin's hand. Now, as you can see on this graph, the upward trajectory in gas prices started the very day President Biden took office, when we got one-party rule in Washington, D.C. By contrast, Republicans have been warning for over a year that Biden's war on American energy would lead to higher costs at the pump. In fact, I compiled a few clips of just a few of those moments, so let's roll that tape.
Stop at the next gas station and take a picture of what gasoline costs. You come back and ask that same question in 8 months. Will you paying more?
Check the price of gasoline today and tell me where it is in a year. You can thank Joe Biden for that.
Go and look at what the price of oil is today and what you pay for in gasoline. I promise you, a year from now, the action of what this president has done has only increased it. Affordability is going to go through the roof. Look what has happened in a short amount of time. They've controlled all. Your gasoline price is up. Biden's created a crisis on the border, and your gas is going up. Remember, gas price today, national gas price, has not been this high since President Biden was vice president. The policies of Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden are destroying this nation. We got gasoline lines. We got stations that have no gas. We got gasoline in Virginia at $7 a gallon. 6 months of Biden administration, we have the highest gas prices in 7 years. After his policies caused gas prices to skyrocket, he said he would lower the gas price. He hasn't done it. He's even made it worse. And no, not the measly 2 cents the DCCC thinks is lowering it. It's a reduction. He depleted 50 million barrels of oil from our emergency supply and has done nothing to reverse this anti-American energy agenda that he has contributed despite their costs?
We've been warning them all along, just like we warned them at the beginning of their first bill would cause inflation. This is exactly what has happened, and Americans are left paying the price. Not only did House Republicans warn them this would happen, but we repeatedly offered obvious solutions to the problem. Build the pipeline, increase production and distribution, and fast-track energy exports to our allies. By contrast, Democrats' plan to lower prices today is to blame Russia, buy expensive electric vehicles, and beg OPEC for a bailout. If you look here, you've watched time and again where the Democratic leadership goes after American companies that produce energy to produce less, but ask those countries with dictators and other leaders to produce more. You know, the president said the buck stops with me. Then he says he can't do much about it now. Russia's responsible. His Secretary of Transportation tells Americans to go buy a $56,000 electric car. His State Department wants to buy oil from Iran and Venezuela, trading one dictator for another. And on Capitol Hill, the Democrats' conference chair, Hakeem Jeffries, said rising gas prices have not come up in their caucus meeting. Can you imagine that? They represent millions of Americans, and not one of them have raised the issue that every single household is talking about today. That's costing them more than $2,000. I think they're focused on the wrong issues. In other words, Democrats will do nothing but what is actually needed. We need more production in America. The solution to getting our country back on track, to returning to energy independence, couldn't be more straightforward. We offered the American Energy Independence from Russia bill on the floor. We're going to offer it again. 220 Democrats voted no. I guess they'll have a lot of time to think about it before it's offered today as they're trying to figure out whether they could pass a rule. With that, let's open it up for questions. Manu, you're sitting in the front. Why don't we go for what happened?
I ruptured my bicep.
Working out?
Last week. No, it's a skiing incident.
You tried to fight me, so it's not, you know.
You wore a helmet, though, right?
No, yes, I was not wearing a helmet, but it involved my son, but he's okay. So, but on the other hand, I'll be fine.
Did you have surgery?
Surgery last week.
Kevin Brady had that happen to him. Yeah.
I'll talk to him. So with respect to what's happening in Ukraine, the former president has praised Vladimir Putin's move as very savvy and as genius. Do you agree with them?
I do not think anything savvy or genius about Putin. I think Putin is evil. I think he's a dictator. And I think he's murdering people right now. And I think what has happened, I went to Ukraine taking Republicans and Democrats a number of years ago. When I came back from that trip, I requested a meeting with then the Vice President of America, Joe Biden. I went to the Situation Room. And I advocated that we should sell them javelins based upon Russia had come into Ukraine before. They have no defense to be able to fight back. The uniqueness of Ukraine is they don't ask for American men or women to come fight for them. All they ask is to be able to supply the weapons that they could defend themselves, defend their own freedom. That administration said no. President Trump said yes. It gave him some ability. But I think the slowness of what has happened this year, and I've raised this to President Biden earlier in the year when he first communicated with Putin. I did not think sanctions would affect Putin. He's lived under sanctions for decades. I believe that you should have taken action to allow Ukraine to buy weapons early. That could deter Putin from entering and invading. President Biden had intel that said he would invade. But at the whole time he said President Biden would do nothing till after the invasion. He gave that same information to China that shared it with Russia. There's so many mistakes of why this is happening, from the way that President Biden exited Afghanistan, losing 13 members of our military, showing Putin a weakness. And this is a question that I continue to ponder. He provided them Nord Stream 2 pipeline. After they invaded Ukraine, they pulled the sanctions on it, made it that you could not have it, to weaken the economy of Russia. If that weakens the economy of Russia, closing the XL pipeline, wouldn't that weaken the economy of America too then? Just wondering. Yes, ma'am.
Two questions, if I can. Do you believe that the decision to kind of say no to a no-fly zone is the appropriate one?
Look, if America goes out and does a no-fly zone, we're entering the ability to enter into the war. I think that would have to raise the question. I think that would have to be debated in Congress. So I think that would be a real challenge for us right now.
And Mike Pence said that there's no room in the Republican Party for Putin apologists. Do you agree with that?
Yeah. What I would do on your first question, though, I would supply Ukraine with the MiGs. When you're watching day after day innocent people being shot down when they were told that there was a ceasefire to take a route where Russia comes in and murders these individuals, Ukraine wants to defend themselves. Their pilots know how to fly the MiGs. If you're going to supply them with javelins, supply them with the MiGs as well. Let them defend themselves. That's the difference. Yes.
Supporting the Russia bill and the omnibus?
Yes.
Both of them.
But I wish we did something more. You cannot just shut off Russian gas and not produce in America. I know the president looks to try to go to Iran or Venezuela. That's one dictator for another, just trading it. And I'll give you an example in my own home state. You wouldn't think California, but California is blessed to have a lot of ability when it comes to natural resources. Since Gavin Newsom has taken over, he has reduced the production of energy in California by more than 20% when it comes to crude. That's about 89,000 barrels. But you still need the oil. So what's he replaced it with? 50,000 barrels a day from Russia. On his executive orders, he shut down permitting. He shut down being hydrocking going into the wells themselves. We could produce all we need in California that he's knocked away from Russia and be able to produce even more. That's what we're looking at. When America produces their own energy, America is stronger and the world is safer. Yes, sir.
Following up on the MiG situation, what did you make of the Pentagon saying that the move to get those planes into Ukraine via Germany was untenable?
I think they're wrong. I think the longer they take, more people will die. I don't understand if you can supply them with the Javelin and Poland wants to give them MiGs and they want to defend themselves, why won't you allow somebody to defend themselves? Especially when they believe in freedom. Especially this was unprovoked. Putin is evil, and what he's doing to these people is devastating. It's not just America glued to the set. The world is watching this. They're asking to defend themselves. They've never once asked for American men and women in uniform to come and fight. All they want is not to fight with sticks. Allow them that opportunity. And the longer you wait, it just goes back to the very point. If you had the intel that they were going to invade, would you really think the best question is, I'll put sanctions on you after you invade? And then when you put the sanctions on, you listen to President Biden said, this won't work for months, though. What if you had provided them weapons they could buy, deter Russia from ever invading? How many lives would have been saved? We would be in a different situation today. And we should take that exact same lesson and not slow down any weapon sales to Taiwan either. Yes, sir.
Returning to gas prices, if I could, I know there's been some discussion from governors about suspending the gas tax. Your thoughts at the conference?
I think that would be smart. Let's $2,000 more people are going to have to pay simply because their policies are wrong. But that's not a long-term solution because that gas tax goes to the transportation building. So what you really need to do is raise the production in America so that would lower the price, it would lower inflation, more Americans would be working, America would be stronger. We could become not just energy independent, but energy dominant. That we could provide the natural gas for Europe and others so they won't look to Putin. They won't look to Iran. And you know what that means for everyone like me that cares about our environment? Our natural gas is 41% cleaner than Russian natural gas. So let's do something smart. Let's make America stronger, the world safer, and actually a little cleaner. Yes, ma'am.
So there's a conservative group that's kind of urging Republicans to put a pause button on this, to not settle for small victories like an increase in defense spending. The conservative group is the sister of the Heritage Foundation. Do you think there's strong support from all Republicans in your caucus for this funding bill? Or there are some who are hesitant?
On the funding bill is going to be split into two. When you're looking at the security and you're looking at where the world is today and what President Biden requested from the military, it wasn't enough. It wasn't putting us in a place that we could be stronger and protect ourselves. And I think what we're finding in there, that Democrats have a problem even passing a rule. I think Republicans look to, just like in the NDAA, the number of successes we had to modernize our military, to be able to protect from that stance. There's a lot of people that look at that's a positive. Not on the overall bill itself, no.
Just to be clear, you're going to support the Ukraine piece and not the omnibus bill. That's where you are.
Well, there's a security. The omnibus bill will be voted in two. Right. And the first vote, if it still stays the way it is, I call it the security, so it's the DOD, the others. I would support that, yes. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, thank you. Can you just reiterate, are you in support of the Russia oil ban bill, and do you believe your caucus, your
I'm in support of it, but it's not the bill I would have written. It doesn't go far enough, and you can't just ban Russian oil without producing in America. That's why we continue to bring up the American Independence Energy Bill from Putin.
And do you believe the conference will support it?
I believe there'll be a number of people in the conference that will support it. Look, our conference overwhelmingly does not want Russian oil. We want American oil. And unfortunately, the Democrats are in the majority, so they stop short.
Can you also just say why are there motions to adjourn right now? What is the purpose of that on the floor?
What is the purpose of that? That the Democrats dropped a bill that's thousands of pages in the middle of the night last night that's $1.5 trillion. Gives people a little more time to read it. But it's not holding anything up. The things that are holding things up are the Democrats can't pass their own rule. I mean, they have the record for holding the vote open the longest. They have first place and second place. I don't know what they're trying for today. I know they got to retreat. No question today? Yes, sir.
Any update on your conversations with Congressman Gosar and Green?
Yes, I've talked to Green. I'm still waiting to talk to Gosar.
And?
I've talked to him.
But you said, I think you told Jake and Manu that there was no place for...
There isn't no place for that. There's no place for what has gone on with that organization by far, and there never will be in this party, and it will never be tolerated.
Will she go again?
Yes. No, she will not go again.
She get any repercussions for her?
Look, my conversations with my members are exactly that, and I appreciate you asking.
Well, on this topic, I mean, 3 years ago when Steve King made comments that were sympathetic to white supremacists, you supported kicking him off this committee.
I removed him from committee.
Yeah, and obviously Green and Gosar are already off their committees, but you said in November that you'd return them to their committees and use that they might even get better committee assignments. Do you stand by that still?
They have the ability to be able to get committees based upon that time when it comes.
A different question. In oral arguments at the Supreme Court back in December, in the Dobbs versus Jackson women's health case, a Biden Solicitor General Elizabeth Prelogar referred to an unborn baby as a baby. Was she right?
Say that again. I'm not an attorney. Go through this.
Yes, sir.
We're going to debate a Supreme Court case that I wasn't at and what they said.
Yes. So back in December, Elizabeth Prelogar, Biden Solicitor General, she made a statement in referring to Justice Clarence Thomas's question, asking what the right was that she was specifically seeking in that case. And she referred to an unborn baby as a baby. Do you think she was right?
Okay, I'm not referred to the case. I'm pro-life, so I don't know exactly what you're referring to, but I would always take the life of the child. That answers your question without knowing what you're asking, yes. Other than that, stay safe, stay off the slopes, and hopefully we won't see you later, but it could be a long day.
And a vote that's been underway since just after 10 a.m. Eastern Time on a motion to adjourn. The House expected to vote on spending to avoid a government shutdown Friday night. Those votes delayed now as lawmakers meet with leadership off the floor to discuss details, including offsets from clawing back COVID-19 funding from states. Democrats are also supposed to leave for a retreat in Philadelphia this afternoon. We're learning from tweets by reporters at Politico that Democrats are now scrambling to figure out the offsets issue holding up the omnibus spending bill. Representatives and leaders from some of the states affected just went into House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's office. Those include Representative Pocan from Wisconsin, and one of the states affected. Others on the list are Maine, Michigan, Minnesota, North Carolina, and Washington State. The chair of the Appropriations Committee, Rosa DeLauro, also just went into Speaker Pelosi's office. Some Democrats saying the easiest way to fix the spending bill would be to just pull the offsets out of it, though that would likely create big problems with Republicans, especially in the Senate. And House Leader Steny Hoyer reportedly saying he concedes Democrats haven't fixed this yet, but adding we'll get the votes. And that again via Twitter from Politico reporters covering Capitol Hill. Expecting a briefing with the House Speaker at some point this afternoon, planning on bringing that to you live when it happens over on C-SPAN 2. Here on C-SPAN, we'll take a look at some of the debate on the House floor earlier today on the rule for the legislation.
Purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Oklahoma, my good friend Mr. Cole, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume, and during consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purposes of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, let me wish you good morning, and my good friend Mr. Cole, good morning. It feels like just a couple of hours ago I was saying good morning. But let me say to the gentleman, he looks marvelous for getting no sleep, and it's great to be with you. Madam Speaker, the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 972, providing for the consideration of the Senate amendment to H.R. 2471, the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2022. It provides for a motion to concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 2471 with a House amendment and 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations. It divides the question on adoption of the motion into 2 votes in the order specified by the chair, and provides that if any portion of the divided question fails, the House shall be considered to have made no disposition of the Senate amendment. The rule also provides for consideration of H.J. Res. 75, the extension of Continuing Appropriations Act of 2022 under a closed rule. It provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. Finally, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 6968, the Suspending Energy Imports from Russia Act, under a closed rule. It provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means, and provides 1 motion to recommit. Madam Speaker, the bills contained in this rule are about investing in our communities and families here at home and living up to our values abroad. Throughout last summer, House Democrats were hard at work passing appropriation bills funding nearly all of the federal government to build on the momentum of our economic recovery. This full-year omnibus is the product of extensive bipartisan, bicameral negotiations. Both sides have come together to produce an agreement to fund the government that I think has resulted in a very, very good bill. This means this agreement does not include everything I wanted, and I know it doesn't include everything my Republican friends wanted. But I think at the end of the day, it's a good package that is going to benefit the American people. I especially want to recognize Chairwoman DeLauro and Ranking Member Granger and thank them for forging a bipartisan path forward. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the incredible staff of the Appropriations Committee, as well as the incredible staff of the Rules Committee, Democrats and Republicans, who have worked tirelessly to bring this legislation to the floor today. I think most of my colleagues here do not appreciate how hard the staff works, and I think the American people ought to be proud of those who serve up here in both parties for their public service. The work of Chairwoman DeLauro and Ranking Member Granger could not have come at a more critical time. We are at a moment in history that demands a strong, confident America. And the certainty provided by this omnibus will allow us to tackle some of our country's biggest challenges by helping to support good-paying American jobs, by building ladders of opportunity for hardworking families, by confronting the existential threat of climate change, and by investing in life-saving research into maternal health, mental health, and opiate abuse. I am proud that we negotiated a government funding package that centers the needs of middle-class and working families, not the rich and not on powerful special interests. I'm particularly proud that one of the provisions included in this package is funding for a White House conference on food, nutrition, hunger, and health. It is something that we have worked together on in a bipartisan way in the Rules Committee and with Democrats and Republicans in the Senate. We live in the United States of America, the richest country on the history of this planet. And yet, as we gather here today, close to 40 million of our fellow citizens don't know where the next meal is going to come from. There is not a single congressional district in America that is hunger-free. We ought to be ashamed of that. And hunger is a political condition. We can solve this problem, but we need to have the political will. And this conference, I hope, will provide that political will. I'll remind my colleagues the last time we had a conference on this subject was 54 years ago. And so I am looking forward to working with the White House and my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to forge a path forward to end hunger in America once and for all. Madam Speaker, this rule also provides for consideration of a short-term continuing resolution that keeps the government funded at current levels through March 15 to give the United States Senate adequate time to pass this full-year omnibus agreement and get it to President Biden's desk so that he can sign it. And in the wake of the unprovoked and horrific invasion of Ukraine at the hands of Russian President Vladimir Putin, this Congress is taking urgent bipartisan action to protect global peace and security and hold Putin's corrupt regime accountable. Yesterday, I co-chaired a meeting of the Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission, and we had a detailed discussion about what was happening in Ukraine and the fact that what is happening has risen to the level of war crimes, and there needs to be accountability. You know, we've all seen the awful pictures and the awful videos. Madam Speaker, families gunned down, apartment buildings bombed, and the indiscriminate use of force. Yet still, the people of Ukraine are courageously standing up for freedom. Congress, the Biden administration, and the people of the United States must stand with them. And that is exactly what this measure does. By encouraging the World Trade Organization members to suspend concessions to Russia, taking steps to review Russia's international trade status, and, very importantly, by reauthorizing a strengthened Global Magnitsky Human Rights Accountability Act so that the United States can impose further sanctions on human rights abusers in Russia and around the globe. America is standing up to bullies like Putin who think that they can evade their way into an empire and blackmail the world with their oil. And I want to commend President Biden for taking action to stop the import of Russian energy products into the United States, action which our legislation supports. I should also say, Madam Speaker, that I had kind of hoped that this could have come up under suspension, because I like to think there is no dissent on what we are doing in this legislation. And I'm concerned that some of my friends on the other side objected to the strengthening of human rights provisions in the Magnitsky Act. Ironically, the language that we are using is language very similar to the executive order put forward by President Trump. I don't agree with him on a lot of things, almost nothing, but I think he was right signing an executive order to actually strengthen the human rights criteria for the Magnitsky legislation. I mean, we ought to hold human rights abusers, those guilty of corruptions, accountable. And for anybody to want to weaken the standard, to want to let some people off the hook, I think is unconscionable. And so I hope there's a strong bipartisan vote on this. And finally, I want to highlight that our bipartisan omnibus agreement includes $13.6 billion in emergency military, humanitarian, and economic support for Ukraine. This week, the United States has warned that this is the, quote, fastest growing refugee crisis in Europe since World War II, end quote. And I'm proud that we are taking the moral obligation of humanitarian assistance seriously. Together, these measures, in addition to the strong leadership shown by President Biden, working quickly and in close consultation with our allies and partners, have placed enormous pressure on President Putin and his corrupt oligarchs to end this war. And I hope that he does that immediately. The final thing I'm going to say is to echo what I began with. This bill is not perfect through the eyes of anybody, whether you're a liberal Democrat like me or whether you're a conservative Republican. And this rule allows people to express their support and their lack of support for different parts of this bill very clearly. Some think that the defense section is too high. I personally do, but we have an opportunity to be able to vote yes or no on that. Some think that the investments in domestic spending are too high. I think they're not high enough, but whatever. People have an opportunity to be able to vote yes or no on that. So I hope that we can get support for the rule, and I hope that we can get this legislation passed today, sent over to the Senate, and help the American people. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank my very good friend, the distinguished gentleman from Massachusetts, Chairman McGovern, for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume. Today's rule covers 3 items. The first item is a bill to ban imports of Russian oil into the United States and to impose additional sanctions following Russia's unprovoked and unjust invasion of Ukraine. Madam Speaker, although I will be supporting this bill, I cannot help but feel that this is a half measure and a missed opportunity to exhibit unified support on immediate steps to confront Putin's evil regime. Yesterday, Senators Wyden and Crapo introduced a much stronger bill, one that was negotiated over the weekend by Republicans and Democrats in both the House and the Senate. But rather than taking yes for an answer, the majority instead put forward a weaker bill, one that's watered down and leaves loopholes wide enough to drive a tanker through. Banning Russian oil imports in the wake of Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine should be an obvious no-brainer, just as it ought to be a no-brainer for the President to reverse his misguided policies and unleash development of America's own energy sources. But instead of doing so, the Biden administration continues to discourage domestic oil and gas production and is asking every other oil producer in the world to make up the difference. Instead of encouraging our own domestic sources of energy, which could meet our needs, critically supply our allies, and strengthen American energy independence, President Biden has instead taken steps like unilaterally canceling the Keystone XL pipeline, imposing a ban on new oil and gas exploration and leasing on federal lands, and telling hard-working Americans who are struggling to buy expensive gasoline to instead go buy more expensive electric vehicles. Failing to develop America's energy resources is a missed opportunity, Madam Speaker, just like this bill. We had a better option. I wish we had taken it. Our second item today is an omnibus appropriations package covering the remainder of the year 2022, and the third is a short-term continuing resolution to ensure continuity of government funding while Congress processes the larger bill. Madam Speaker, it's been a very, very long road to get to this point. But today, the House will act on a bipartisan, bicameral appropriations package. As vice-ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, I'm encouraged that we are finally nearing completion of this fundamental function of Congress to provide full-year funding for the government. We are here today in a time of great crisis. 2 weeks ago, Russian President Vladimir Putin launched an unprovoked and unjust war against Ukraine, its democratic neighbor to the west. Inflation has skyrocketed to a 40-year high, and due to the administration's reckless action, gas prices have continued to soar month after month after month. Yet despite these crises, the members of this body have worked together and have found common ground on today's legislation. As I've said many times, one of the most consequential duties of a member of Congress is to fund the government and keep it open and operating. At a time of crisis, this is more important than ever. Last year, the Appropriations Committee passed all 12 appropriations bills out of committee and succeeded in passing 9 of those bills across the floor before the August recess. Unfortunately, these bills were partisan and did not receive support from any Republican members, and with good reason. Today, we are 5 months into fiscal year 2022, and despite the long process, the road forward has always been clear. It was clear last July, just as it's clear today, that in order to reach a final bipartisan bicameral deal on appropriations for FY 2022, 4 conditions needed to be met. I'm greatly pleased that in this bill meets all 4. The first is to ensure that the long-standing bipartisan pro-life provisions historically included in the appropriations bills are restored. These include the Hyde Amendment, which prevents federal dollars from being used to pay for abortions, except in the limited cases of rape, incest, and life of the mother, and the Weldon Amendment, which protects American doctors, nurses, and other health care professionals from participating in and providing abortions if they have a moral objection. The inclusion of these and other broadly popular provisions was and is an absolute necessity for this bill to have any chance of becoming law. I'm personally deeply grateful that they are included in this package. Second, partisan policy riders that were included in the bills that passed the House last summer needed to come out. These are provisions that both sides did not agree to and do not enjoy bipartisan consensus. At the end of the day, we needed to reach an agreement on these items to move forward, and fortunately, each of these provisions has been removed. Third, the level of defense spending absolutely needed to come up. Unfortunately, last year, President Biden proposed a budget that underfunded national defense, repeating the mistake of the Obama-Biden administration of chronically underfunding our national defense. But earlier this year, the House Armed Services Committee and the Senate Armed Services Committee, both controlled by Democrats, worked together in a bipartisan manner to authorize an increase in defense spending of $25 billion over the fiscal year. In today's bill, appropriators actually went beyond that, ensuring a robust increase in defense spending. This increase is necessary to ensure that our armed forces will have the funds needed to maintain our readiness and to procure the weapons and assets the warfighters of tomorrow will need to continue to succeed on the battlefield. This includes increases for defense assets based in my own home state of Oklahoma. If the present crisis in Ukraine shows us nothing else, it should show us the need to continue to adequately fund our national defense. Finally, the fourth condition that needed to be met was that the proposed levels of non-defense spending had to come down. In the initial set of bills that passed the House, my friends in the majority sought to include a 17% increase in non-defense spending. While that no doubt included many worthy items, Republicans generally felt that 17% was excessive, particularly given the substantial needs on the defense side of the ledger. But the bill before us today increases non-defense spending by just 6.7%, which will allow the increased investments, will allow for increased investment in key areas, while also ensuring that we will continue to be responsible stewards of taxpayer dollars. Of course, this 6.7% ensures that there will be significant and important investments in non-defense areas across the government. I'm particularly pleased that the National Institutes of Health will receive a robust $2.25 billion increase, which will help advance medical science, help address future pandemics, and continue our progress toward defeating the scourge of cancer. We are also funding ARPA-H, one of the President's highest priorities, at $1 billion in its first year of operation. I'm also encouraged that this bill provides significant increases for TRIO, Gear Up, two programs that are close to my heart that help first-generation students go to college. These are just a few of the programs that I could point to that are worthy of increased funding and investment, and this bill has done that. The legislation before us today represents a negotiated compromise between the House and the Senate, and obviously between Democrats and Republicans. Given that it's a compromise, that means neither side got everything that they wanted. As I've often said, in a compromise, you have to give up more than you'd like to get less than you want. Indeed, this is not the bill I would have written had I written it alone. But at the end of the day, it represents a good balance for Congress and for the nation. Before I finish, I want to congratulate my friends and colleagues on the Appropriations Committee, particularly Chairwoman Rosa DeLore and Ranking Member Kay Granger, without whom we would not have gotten to where we are today. And I also want to extend my huge thank you, as my chairman did, to the Appropriations Committee staff and to the Rules staff on both sides of the aisle. These staffers are truly unsung heroes who spent many long and sleepless nights over the preceding weeks, including the past weekend. We would not be here without them today. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me just say that I have enormous respect for the gentleman from Oklahoma, and I think, and there's this old adage that you don't have to agree on everything to agree on something, and much of what he cited is something that I think we all can agree on. Investments in medical research, support for the NIH, investments in trying to find ways to manage and cure cancer. All those things are incredibly important, and I think they bring us together. Some of the things he said I disagree with. I believe it is a mistake to deny women their legal reproductive rights, and I think the defense budget is way too big. Spending more on something doesn't necessarily get you a better result. We need to spend more efficiently and more effectively. We have a military budget that is so bloated, that is so excessive, that is so filled with cost overruns that even Dr. Strangelove would be impressed. We need to do better. But having said that, I am aware that we have to be able to live within we have to be able to deal on legislation within the reality that we live in. And so, we have a 50-50 Senate. We have a majority here in the House, not as big as I would like. Hopefully that changes in November. But the bottom line is we have to work with what we have, and I think that's what has occurred here. I just want to say one thing, though. We continue to hear this claim that President Biden's climate policies are somehow to blame for the latest spike in gas prices, but I think we need to just set the record straight here. Domestic energy production is up, it is rising, and it is approaching records. There are over 9,000 approved drilling permits the oil industry is not using, and truth is that changes in domestic energy policy often take years to impact global energy markets. Instead, what is happening here is oil companies are using Putin's war as an excuse to jack up prices at the pump even more. And they argue for looser regulations, cheaper drilling, and more pollution. This is Putin's price hike. And quite frankly, at this time of global crisis, I would like to appeal to the patriotism of big oil in this country to not make record profits their priority, to actually put the American people's interest, in fact, the global interest, first. So let's not fool ourselves that greed isn't at play here. And I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a March 4th opinion article written by the House Natural Resource Committee Chairman Raul Grijalva entitled "Oil and Gas Lobbyists Are Using Ukraine to Push for a Drilling Free-for-All in the United States."
Without objection.
At this time, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Let me thank the gentleman, and as well, let me add my appreciation to Chairwoman Rosa DeLauro and Ranking Member Granger, and admit that the world now sees this every day in American newspapers and around the world, the pillage, the desperation, the violence, the death of women and children in Ukraine, the worst humanitarian crisis that we've seen in a century, and as well the absolute outrage of the killing machine that Putin is and the terroristic acts. He is a war criminal. I rise today to support H.R. 6968 and to be able to thank my friend from Texas, Mr. Doggett, for joining us together to be able to move forward on language that works to hold Russia accountable for its invasion of Ukraine by denying its preferential trade treatment and seeking to remove it from the World Trade Organization. This legislation bans Russian energy imports and suspends preferential trade treatment with Belarus, which I was at the border of Belarus as it was hosting 30 to 40,000 Russian troops, and its reckless attitude of incarcerating and detaining its own political opposition. The head of Belarus is no better. The president receives the ability to further increase tariffs on Russian or Belarusian goods. Congress is empowered to disapprove any presidential decision to restore normal trade relations or to remove the import ban. It further closes yet another avenue for Russian participation in the world economy by revoking most favored nation status, dealing with the exports, as well as its participation in the world trade, and denying Belarus membership. Further, with this ban on Russian energy imports, Americans will no longer be contributing to Putin's most violent actions. He is a war criminal. He is killing children. Let me also rise in support of H.R. 2471. I call it Working Americans Response Act. It is an appropriations that deals with health care and education. It deals with climate change, and it also deals with responding to the needs of the American people.
Time has expired.
The gentleman, additional 30 seconds.
You're recognized for another 30
thank
seconds.
you so very much. It additionally responds to the potential of those that are facing domestic violence and sexual assault with the Violence Against Women Act that I led and had passed in this House just a few months ago. So let me say that this is a job well done to all of those who have been working, but let us do this in a bipartisan manner. The people of Ukraine cry out in pain. Russia is now brought to its knees. Let's make sure that Vladimir Putin never stands on the world stage again. Again, I thank you so very much. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves, and the gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I yield time to my next speaker, I want to yield myself such time as I may consume, just to quickly respond to my friend's comment about the energy industry. I'm from an energy district. I'm from an energy state. My constituents and their forebears have produced more energy than they have consumed for over 100 years, and they've shared it all over the world, but particularly across this country. Thank God for them. Because quite frankly, what Americans would be paying at the pump now would be astronomical if it were not for them. And since 2005, American oil and gas production, or oil production, has doubled. And that's due to their ingenuity. And frankly, we pay almost the lowest energy prices in the world. And I'm sorry to put all these energy increases off on Vladimir Putin. He's certainly responsible for those this week. But the reality is, for the entire Biden presidency, energy prices have been going up. And that's because the president, on his very first day, effectively declared war on the fossil fuel industry. You know, he canceled the Keystone Pipeline. He changed the leasing and drilling rules on federal land. The hostility has been simply overwhelming. And now, where does that put us? The United States is going to Iran to ask them to increase energy prices, the largest sponsor of state terrorism. We're spending, friends, down, representatives to Venezuela. My God, why don't we just call people in Houston and Oklahoma City and Cheyenne? We've got lots of places that know how to produce energy and have been doing it cheaply, efficiently, fairly, and cleanly for decades. So the reality is, let's not attack them. They're our salvation in a time of trial, and they're our national security in moving forward. So I just think, I feel very strongly about that. With that, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished member of the Rules Committee and of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Dr. Burgess of Texas.
The gentleman from
I thank the
Texas is
gentleman
recognized.
for yielding, and I also am from an energy state, and I want to associate myself with the remarks of Ranking Member Cole as far as the energy industry is concerned. Quite correct. The hostility of the Biden administration to American energy was front and center from day one when the president took the oath of office, and it is only the last 6 weeks that we've seen the hostility from Putin and Russia, but the seeds were set for record high energy prices because of the activities of the Biden administration and the Democratic leadership in this Congress, quite frankly. But I'm here today to speak about the spending bill that's in front of us. Halfway through the fiscal year, we finally have the appropriations bills for the spending for this year, and I'm grateful to see a copy on the Speaker's desk. That's the only copy that I have seen. Certainly we didn't have a copy last night in the Rules Committee, so I'm gratified to know that there does exist a copy of this spending bill. But once again, no member of the People's House has really had the opportunity to look at and weigh in on, no ability to amend last night in the Rules Committee, no ability to really affect this massive spending bill that is in front of us. I plan to offer several amendments to improve this bill. The public health mandates are easing around the country. The Department of Transportation still requires patrons to wear masks on public transportation on airlines. This could and should be rescinded, and this was an opportunity to do just that. As Mr. Cole mentioned, we are experiencing some of the highest gas prices in over a decade, maybe even in this generation, and no funds in this bill should be expended to restrict the operation or development of oil and gas pipelines to get that vitally needed energy out of places like the Permian Basin to population centers, Dallas, Houston, Oklahoma City, where they can be consumed or where they can be liquefied and exported to other countries. Look, federal agencies are behind. Veteran services are severely backlogged. I would have loved to submit an amendment to appropriate some additional dollars, $2 billion, to the Department of Veterans Affairs so that they could relieve this backlog for our veterans. And in fact, the budget neutrality requirements in the Medicare physician fee schedule, those could have been waived, and we could have done so with the excess funds in the Provider Relief Fund, and given our frontline health personnel a little bit of a break from the fact that they've been on the front lines battling the coronavirus for 2 years, and what do they get for that effort? A pay cut. So the Congressional Budget Office did provide to the budget.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I yield the gentleman an additional minute.
You're recognized for additional time.
The Congressional Budget Office did provide to the Budget Committee, of which I'm also a member, a list of the top 20 agencies that are overfunded with funds that have been appropriated over the last 2 years. And in fact, the totality of those 20 accounts is $340 billion. There were monies available to do a lot of things that are in this bill could have been offset if we'd simply taken the time to do it. And I will say, since I'm a member of the authorizing committee, going forward, our authorizing committees have to do their work. They have to do the study because we can't expect it to all happen at the appropriations committee at the 11th hour. I do want to ask unanimous consent that the spreadsheet from the Congressional Budget Office be added to today's record, because I think it's important that people be able to see where those monies exist. And I yield back to the ranking member. Thank you.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to correct the record on one thing. The gentleman said he didn't get a copy of the text of what we're considering here today. It was put in his Dropbox, and he could have downloaded it. It was emailed to his staff. It was posted online. Yeah, we didn't print off a 3,000-page bill, and I believe in saving trees. So, but it was available, and I just want to point that out for the record. I will also just say, and again, with great respect for my two colleagues on the Rules Committee, I don't share their enthusiasm about big oil companies. I just don't. They are making record profits right now, all-time high record profits, while Americans are paying more at the gas pump. I will remind my friends that when Donald Trump was president, we had unemployment at about 14.9%, which was terrible. It is now down to 3.8%, which is driving up demand. Nobody is questioning the fact that there is a supply and demand problem here. But we also ought to understand that part of these price hikes, in addition to the Putin price hike, is the oil company price hike. And as we try to figure out how to alleviate the burden on the American people, which we're trying to do, we also have to figure out how we do it in a way where any savings or any tax incentives that we might provide are actually passed on to the consumer. Because the oil industry in this country, the big oil companies, have a history of price gouging, and that the fact that they're doing it now, I think, is unconscionable. And at this point, I will reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll refrain from correcting my friend again and just send him something to read. Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. If we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 6858, the American Energy Independence from Russia Act, for immediate consideration. 2 weeks ago, Russian President Vladimir Putin shocked the world by launching a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. In doing so, Mr. Putin revealed his true self, and that is a bully, a thug, a tyrant, bent on subverting his democratic neighbor to the west. In challenging not only Ukraine, but also the rest of the civilized world, Mr. Putin's powerful weapon is not his armies, potent though that may be, but the dependence of much of the rest of the world on Russian oil and gas. Already, he's begun to put the squeeze on democratic states seeking to challenge his invasion of Ukraine by threatening to cut off their supplies of energy. The American Energy Independence from Russia Act would address the challenge and would reposition the United States to be energy self-sufficient. It would immediately approve the Keystone XL pipeline, would restart oil and gas leasing on federal lands and waters, and would expand liquid natural gas exports at the moment Europe needs them most. In doing so, it would ensure that America remains energy independent and can act to address Russian aggression without risking economic damage. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment in the record, along with extraneous material, immediately prior to the previous question.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To further explain our amendment, I yield 4 minutes to my good friend, distinguished member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Crenshaw of Texas.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Madam Speaker, I rise to oppose the previous question so we can immediately consider the American Energy Independence from Russia Act led by my friend and the Republican leader of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Kathy McMorris Rodgers. This week, our president, our American president, asked Venezuela and Saudi Arabia to increase oil production, asked them to boost their output so that American consumers wouldn't see a spike in gas prices. Seems like a noble cause at first glance, but I couldn't help to think myself, what a strange thing to ask. Because surely he knows that we can also boost domestic production right here at home. Surely he knows that domestic production supports American jobs. And surely he knows that domestic production is cleaner by far than foreign production. Far better for the environment than Venezuelan oil, unless that socialist dictator suddenly became a devout green energy disciple without any of us knowing it. Surely President Biden knows that energy demand doesn't just disappear because you tell middle-class Americans to go buy a Tesla. Surely he knows all of this, right? The answer is, of course, yes. He does know that. The entire Democrat Party knows this. It is impossible not to know these things because these things are cold, hard facts. They are indisputable. And those facts are simple and worth repeating. Number one, the world will demand at least 50% more energy in the next 50 years. That's a fact. Number two, the energy demanded will be reliable energy, electricity that turns on when you want it, heat that keeps you alive in the winter, and air conditioning that keeps you cool in the summer. Fact number three, solar and wind cannot and will not ever provide this reliable energy. no matter how often you worship and pray to the deities of wind turbines and solar panels, proudly made, of course, by the communist genocidal country of China. Fact number 4, American production of oil and gas is far cleaner than any other country except maybe Canada. So these are indisputable facts. So where does that leave us? For anyone wise in the ways of common sense, it leads to one conclusion. It is in the American interest to pursue absolute American energy dominance. If you don't believe me, let's outline the alternative. Let's imagine we go the way of Germany and invest $500 billion in building out unreliable wind and solar production, only to watch our energy prices rise faster than anywhere else, and yet still be forced to turn on coal plants and import Russian gas because your green energy just doesn't work the way you wanted it to. The rest of Europe wasn't all that different. They increased their reliance on Russian gas from 10% to over 40% now. And I cannot help but notice that the Democrat Party seems intent on pursuing this very path, canceling leases and pipelines, increasing regulations, chastising our industry. And if no one else here noticed, someone in Russia certainly did. You fast forward to 2022, and Putin, with his newfound leverage over European energy supply, realizes it may just be the right time to exercise his imperialistic ambitions and retake the old Soviet territory of Ukraine, leaving thousands of innocents dead and a Western world order completely upended. And we're all left thinking the same thought. Wouldn't it be better if it was America supplying Europe its energy? Wouldn't it be better if Europe wasn't held hostage to the whims of a dictator? Wouldn't it be better if we didn't have to wonder where the extra oil would come from after we rightfully ban Russian imports? Well, most of us are thinking that. Of course, unfortunately, those in the majority, those in power, are not. And I pray that you start. We should defeat the previous question, pass the American Energy Independence from Russia Act, and pursue true American energy dominance. I yield back.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, give me a break. I hope my friends know better, and I hope they know what drives the price of oil. They talk as if there's just one little switch you can turn on. I hear them talk. Just bring the Keystone Pipeline back online. By the way, it was never built, and it was years away from bringing any oil to the United States. Foreign oil, by the way. Canada is another country. And even if it were built, we're told it may lower prices by maybe 1 cent a gallon and lock us into the same dependence on fossil fuels that got us into this mess to begin with. I mean, we have been arguing for years with my friends to let's make the transition away from fossil fuels to greener, cleaner energy, so every time there is a world crisis, we're not having this discussion. But instead, they continue to be in the pockets of the oil companies. Follow the money. Follow the money. Look where the oil companies are putting their money. And by the way, I should say, when they say we should do more drilling, the oil companies now have been provided 9,000 new drilling permits on public lands. Much to my disappointment, the Biden administration is actually outpacing even the Trump administration in approving new drilling permits on public lands and water. So give me a break. Here is the reality, and let me spell it out for my friends, and I think they know better, but again, it's politics as usual. Oil is a global commodity. Prices rise when supply chains are disrupted or demand is interrupted, like we saw during COVID. Prices rise when oil-producing countries launch destabilizing invasions. And yeah, when oil companies think they can use either of these as an excuse to jack up the prices, they do. They do. And I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a March 4th article from Newsweek entitled, "Little Evidence Keystone Pipeline Would Level Prices Despite GOP Claims."
Without objection.
I'd also urge all of my colleagues to do a little research and look at the profits of big oil in this country. Look at what they are making. While Americans are paying more at the pump, their executives are making more and more and more. So you can defend big oil if you want, and I get it. Maybe there's some benefit politically to doing that. Again, follow the money. But I have to tell you, I think people are sick of this. We've seen this movie before. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
This rule makes proper for our consideration legislation that I've offered to respond to the brutal aggression of Vladimir Putin, destroying hour by hour Ukraine, its people, with death and destruction. I'm pleased to hear from the gentleman from Oklahoma that he supports this legislation because it will be stronger if we are united in sending this message. Like so many Americans, I've watched the horrors in Ukraine. I've seen the people standing with their blue and yellow Ukraine banners and flags on the steps of the state capitol in Austin, day after day, rain and shine, to express their concern. And like them, and like so many of us of all political persuasions, we wonder, what can we do to prevent what is happening that we see played out in real time on our televisions? Well, in my case, it has been advocating that we get all of the weapons that the Ukrainians need to defend themselves to them yesterday, immediately, but to recognize that to put a squeeze on the Russian Empire, we should respond with the most effective sanctions that we can. And one of those sanctions arising out of the Ways and Means Trade Subcommittee is the ability to respond with reference to the World Trade Organization to Russia. The week before last, I introduced with Mr. Blumenauer, the chairman of that subcommittee, legislation concerning the trade status of the Russian Federation. The legislation that I introduced yesterday that this rule puts into effect is different from that, and I'll discuss that in the course of our consideration of the bill. But it continues to urge the expelling of Russia from the World Trade Organization, which I think we should do to attempt to isolate as completely as we can Russia from any benefits from the world economy. To see now one American-owned company closing down hundreds of its locations throughout Russia, one American company, including some of the big oil companies, withdrawing from the Russian Federation, they are acting in a way that supports what we need to do to keep Russia, to put Russia in an economic vice. I believe that there is much more that we need to accomplish, but that we respond today on the number one issue on the world agenda, and that is what's happening in Ukraine and what we can do to prevent it. Now, I understand some people continue to have their own ideological agenda to defend and ignore climate, deny the climate science, and promote more and more fossil fuels. They choose the Keystone Pipeline, which is exactly 8% completed. It uses the dirtiest form of oil in the tar sands. May I have another?
The gentleman's time has expired.
I yield the gentleman additional 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized for additional minute.
Coal tar sands of Canada. Completing the Keystone Pipeline will not save one Ukrainian life, as will the adoption of the rest of their agenda. Let me just say, I have only one agenda in this matter, and that is to respond to the aggression and do all we can to try to stop the brutal attacks unprovoked on the Ukrainian people. I am very pleased that this legislation that I introduced yesterday incorporates the good work of Chairman McGovern on the Global Magnitsky Act. That is legislation that fits so well with what I've been urging about Russia because it combats human rights abuses there and all over the world. He has strengthened the provisions of the Global Magnitsky Act, which would have expired at the end of this year. By incorporating it, it fits well with our agenda to respond to Russian aggression and human rights abuses that are going on as people are being murdered as we speak today.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, to further discuss the need for America to be energy independent, I yield 2 minutes to my good friend, a member of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, Mr. Stauber of Minnesota.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in opposition to the previous question so this Democrat-controlled House can finally do the right thing, pass the American Energy Independence from Russia Act. This morning, Americans are seeing even higher gas prices on their way to work when they saw work than they saw on last night's commute home. Sadly, tonight, tomorrow morning, next week, and next month, they're going to see the same episode play out on those commutes to and from work over and over again. While the cost of living and inflation over the last year spiraling out of control, the last thing American families need is $7 to $8 a gallon gasoline. Due to the policies of President Biden, we are more reliant on Putin and Russian energy than in recent history. I agree that we must immediately halt the import of Russian oil and LNG. However, it is a false narrative pushed by President Biden that it should be an unavoidable hit to Americans' pocketbook. This was avoidable, and it didn't have to be this way. Since Biden's first day in office, he has forced executive orders and supported policies that have made us more dependent on Russian energy. These policy choices are directly to blame for the increased pain at the pump that middle-class Americans are feeling. Take, for example, the opening line of an AP article 2 weeks ago, and I quote, "The Biden administration is delaying decisions on new oil and gas drilling on federal lands." Sure, some of these leases are not utilized, but that's because they are tied up in litigation from far-left, anti-jobs groups, or because they are awaiting delayed approvals from the Biden administration. So instead of approving rights of way, following the science, and putting our oil and gas developers to work, Joe Biden is making American families suffer. On behalf of the American people, the Ukrainian people, and just basic common sense.
The gentleman's time expired.
Yield the gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
I join my colleagues Kathy McMorris-Rogers and Bruce Westerman in offering an American energy solution. While Biden's solution is to buy oil from Venezuela and Saudi Arabia, our solution is to put blue-collar workers, American workers, to work here at home and develop our God-given natural resources. We have the ability to bring costs down by unleashing the economic engine of American energy production. We can do that by defeating this previous question and passing the American Energy Independence from Russia Act. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
So, Madam Speaker, look, we are all trying to figure out a way to alleviate the burden of energy costs on consumers. I mean, it is brutal for a lot of families in this country. But listening to some of the speeches here, I kind of feel like we should have an amendment that we would require members of Congress to take a basic course in economics to understand how supply and demand works. Again, the oil companies have 9,000 leases that they are not utilizing as we speak. And I want to ask unanimous consent to insert in the record an article entitled Exclusive. Oil companies' profits soared to $174 billion this year as U.S. gas prices rose.
Without objection.
I love the fact that we can't even get anybody to express the slightest bit of outrage over the fact that oil companies are gouging us, making record profits, while Americans are paying more at the gas pump. I mean, I get it. They're very supportive of some on the other side, but I mean, give me a break. And I think the American people understand this. So we need to figure out a way to lower gas prices, to alleviate the burden on working families here, but to get up and to defend oil companies and oil company executives and put forward bills and ideas that are oil companies' wish list when they have 9,000 leases right now that they're not utilizing. And why? Because they're making record profits. I'd also say to my colleagues that the underlying bill that we are dealing with here today contains a lot of good stuff. The gentleman from Oklahoma alluded to it in his opening remarks about the incredible investments in medical research. You know, I was at the White House, as was the gentleman from Oklahoma, when President Biden announced the relaunch of his Cancer Moonshot program. I mean, you know, the issue when it comes to curing cancer is not whether we can, the issue is when will we do it? And that depends on investments. That depends on supporting innovation and medical research. This bill does that. That's a good thing. Should bring us all together. You know, there's, as we've talked about, there is, we're going to deal with a bill to help Ukraine, especially with humanitarian assistance, given the refugee crisis. And we're going to strengthen the global Magnitsky Law so that we have stronger human rights language, with which some of my friends on the other side of the aisle, unfortunately, have opposed. And I hope, I'm reading in the New York Times today an article, you know, once harsh Ukraine critics, Republicans pivot to loud support. I'm glad about that. I'm hoping that the people who called Ukraine the most corrupt country in the world under the previous administration will now at least vote to support that country as they're under attack by Vladimir Putin. But anyway, there's some really good stuff in this bill, and I'm looking forward to getting to the debate on this. And with that, I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves, and the gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To yield myself such time as I may consume. Just to remind my friend, because the last administration actually began lethal aid to the Ukraine, the Obama administration did not. So the record there is pretty clear as to who's helped the Ukrainians. Madam Speaker, to further discuss the need to get America out from under the thumb of Russia, I yield 2 minutes to my good friend, the member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Pfluger of Texas.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Madam Speaker, I rise today to oppose the previous question so that we can immediately pass the American Energy Independence from Russia Act. I'd like to thank Ranking Member Kathy McMorris Rodgers for her leadership on this. And really, the question is simple. I think we're missing the point. The question here is the President of the United States going to pick America? Or is he going to pick our enemies? That is the debate here. Step one was great, and I'm glad that we are going to support Ukraine. I was there 5 weeks ago. We need to support Ukraine. Step two is we need the President to support America. Energy security is national security. Mr. President, it's time to put Midland over Moscow. Unfortunately, that security has been under assault for decades, but most recently, beginning on January 20th of 2021. The administration is leading the assault on energy. The reality is that American energy is the cleanest in the world, but the President and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle refuse to acknowledge that fact and unleash it. Instead, the President is choosing our adversaries, terrorists, and begging them to produce more when we can do it right here. Instead of calling on the 10 million Americans who do it every single day, we're outsourcing production to adversaries like Russia, Iran, Venezuela, and they're harming our environment even more. The war on Ukraine is horrifying and is heartbreaking. And when I sat with President Zelensky, he said that the impetus to invade his country came from the fact that Nord Stream existed. Our president green-lighted Nord Stream but canceled the Keystone Pipeline. Right now, today, there are 6 LNG terminals that the president, with a stroke of a pen, could approve. Are we going to pick the United States of America, or are we going to pick our adversaries? The United States should not be energy dependent. We need to be energy dominant. Put Midland over Moscow. Resume the Keystone Pipeline, unleash American LNG, restart oil and gas leasing on federal lands, and protect our own country. Pick our country.
Gentleman's time has expired.
With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the President. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
The gentleman asked the question, are we going to pick America or our adversaries? Interesting question. My friends on the other side have spent all their time criticizing President Biden and very little mention of Putin. I think that says it all. With that, I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for further explanation of our energy independence bill, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend and fellow Oklahoman, Ms. Weiss.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. I rise today in opposition to the previous question so that we can immediately consider H.R. 6858, the American Energy Independence from Russia Act. Gas prices are at a record high, and unfortunately, they will continue to rise. While the Russian invasion of Ukraine has worsened the crisis, it is not the sole cause. The root cause of high energy and gas prices is due to the anti-energy policies of the Biden administration, which suspended all oil and gas leasing on federal lands, slow-walked liquefied natural gas exports, and halted construction of the Keystone XL pipeline, while green-lighting Russia's Nord Stream 2. These steps allowed Putin to corner the energy market and fund his invasion of Ukraine. American dollars can no longer go to countries whose interests run counter to America. America produces some of the cleanest oil and gas in the world. If my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to lower emissions and promote clean energy, they would rely on American oil and gas production in states like my home state of Oklahoma, not foreign countries like Russia, Venezuela, and even Iran. Oklahomans are tired of inaction from Washington. They expect solutions. We cannot continue to tap into the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, which is at some of the lowest levels since 2003. In addition, releasing 30 million barrels is only enough to meet our nation's energy requirements for about a day. Sadly, this week, House Democrats are not bringing forward a single piece of legislation to address the energy crisis. Under the Trump administration, America was energy independent and a net total energy exporter for the first time since 1952. Madam Speaker, energy security is national security. Sadly, under this administration, we have neither. Congress must act immediately to take up the American Energy Independence from Russia Act. This legislation would promote America's oil and natural gas production and unleash American energy independence once again.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
I yield back.
And a vote that's been underway for more than 3 hours now on a motion to adjourn requested by Republicans. The House is expected to vote on spending to avoid a government shutdown Friday night. Lawmakers are meeting with leadership off the floor to discuss details, including parts of the measure that would claw back COVID-19 funding from states. Democrats also supposed to leave for a retreat in Philadelphia this afternoon. Punch Bowl News' Heather Cagle reports on Capitol Hill. She tweets that comments made by the Assistant Speaker of the House saying, "We're doing everything we can to get this on the floor today," as more Democrats from impacted states have gone into the Speaker's office to discuss the offsets in the omnibus spending bill. The chair of the Appropriations Committee also saying, "We're going to pass an omnibus today," as she left the Speaker's office, saying, "I'm trying to be a person of few words." That again from tweets from Punch Bowl News, Heather Cagle. Again, members coming and going from the Speaker's office. Politico's Nicholas Wu tweeting that the chair of the House Rules Committee, Jim McGovern, had come out saying he's confident they won't have to go back to committee and can move forward, adding, "I think we're on the path to move forward very shortly." And Congresswoman Angie Craig, however, exiting the Speaker's office, seeming upset at the situation, which she called unacceptable, saying the COVID relief may need to be taken out of the omnibus. Expecting a briefing with the House Speaker at some point today and plan to bring you that live when it happens, now scheduled for 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time over on C-SPAN 2. Here on C-SPAN, we'll take a look at remarks by Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy on the floor earlier.
Good morning. I was afraid might have to cancel this because of votes, but apparently we're just going to hold votes open all day, so I got opportunities. Works out pretty well for all of us. On Sunday, Americans found themselves paying on average $4 per gallon. Now that was the highest since the Great Recession. 3 days later, the sticker shock at the pump has only gotten worse. Today we're paying $4.25 a gallon, the highest ever, and that's up from $2.53 was the national average when Biden took office. Now, if you're in California, drivers are waking up to a state average of $5.57 per gallon. President Biden keeps breaking records. But unfortunately, those records are breaking America's budget. With prices this high, families are expected to pay $2,000 extra just for the cost of fuel alone. And on top of that, the extra cost because of inflation at the highest it's been in the last 40 years. Yes, I know oil is an international market, but the main reason Americans are paying so much is bad domestic policies. These aren't Putin prices, they're President Biden's prices. Even a Democrat pollster recently admitted that blaming Russia for gas prices is a good news because the rest was just ambiguous. And yes, Mr. President, your policies are holding back domestic energy production. Your allies on Capitol Hill have actually called on American companies to lower oil production. Remember, they subpoenaed all the companies to come in, and this was the question that they got.
Are you embarrassed as an American company that your production is going up while the European counterparts are going down?
Congressman, as we have already heard about, demand for energy is going up in the world.
Okay, so you're not embarrassed. And do you commit to do anything? I'm just asking an open question. It's not a gotcha question. Do you commit to do anything to matching your European counterparts to try to bring the actual demand of oil production down?
Congressman, with all due respect, I'm very proud of our company and what we do. I'm proud of the companies.
So, no, you won't reduce the solution.
I don't think Europe wants to be Europe today. I think they realize they made a mistake. But the leaders on the Democratic Party want to put us in the same weakness and strengthen Putin's hand. Now, as you can see on this graph, the upward trajectory in gas prices started the very day President Biden took office, when we got one-party rule in Washington, D.C. By contrast, Republicans have been warning for over a year that Biden's war on American energy would lead to higher costs at the pump. In fact, I compiled a few clips of just a few of those moments, so let's roll that tape.
Stop at the next graph and take a picture of what gasoline costs. And come back and ask that same question in 8 months. When you're paying more, check the price of gasoline today and tell me where it is in a year. You can thank Joe Biden for that. Go and look at what the price of oil is today and what you paid for in gasoline. I promise you, a year from now, the action of what this president has done has only increased it. The affordability is going to go through the roof. Look what has happened in a short amount of time. They've controlled all. Your gasoline price is up. Biden's created a crisis on the border, and your gas is going up. Remember, gas price today, national gas price, has not been this high since President Biden was vice president. The policies of Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden are destroying this nation. We got gasoline lines. We got stations that have no gas. We got gasoline in Virginia at $7 a gallon. 6 months of Biden administration, we have the highest gas prices in 7 years. After his policies caused gas prices to skyrocket, he said he would lower the gas price. He hasn't done it. He's even made it worse. And no, not the measly 2 cents the GCCC thinks is lowering it. It's a reduction. He depleted 50 million barrels of oil from our emergency supply and has done nothing to reverse this anti-American energy agenda that he has contributed to despite their costs. We've been warning them all along, just like we warned them at the beginning of their first bill would cause inflation. This is exactly what has happened, and Americans are left paying the price. Not only did House Republicans warn them this would happen, but we repeatedly offered obvious solutions to the problem. Build the pipeline, increase production and distribution, and fast-track energy exports to our allies. By contrast, Democrats' plan to lower prices today is to blame Russia, buy expensive electric vehicles, and beg OPEC for a bailout. If you look here, you've watched time and again where the Democratic leadership goes after American companies that produce energy to produce less, but ask those countries with dictators and other leaders to produce more. You know, the president said the buck stops with me. Then he says he can't do much about it now. Russia's responsible. His Secretary of Transportation tells Americans to go buy a $56,000 electric car. His State Department wants to buy oil from Iran and Venezuela.
trading one dictator for another. And on Capitol Hill, the Democrats' conference chair, Hakeem Jeffries, said rising gas prices have not come up in their caucus meeting. Can you imagine that? They represent millions of Americans, and not one of them have raised the issue that every single household is talking about today. That's costing them more than $2,000. I think they're focused on the wrong issues. In other words, Democrats will do nothing but what is actually needed. We need more production in America. The solution to getting our country back on track, to returning to energy independence, couldn't be more straightforward. We offered the American Energy Independence from Russia bill on the floor. We're going to offer it again. 220 Democrats voted no. I guess they'll have a lot of time to think about it before it's offered today, as they're trying to figure out whether they could pass a rule. With that, let's open it up for questions. Manu, you're sitting in the front. Why don't we go for what happened?
I ruptured my bicep.
Working out?
Last week. No, it's a skiing incident.
You tried to fight me,
so.
I said, you know.
You wore a helmet, though, right?
No, yes, I was not wearing a helmet, but it involved my son, but he's okay. So, me, on the other hand, I'll be fine.
Did you have surgery?
Surgery last week.
Kevin Brady had that happen to him. Yeah.
I'll talk to him. So with respect to what's happening in Ukraine, the former president has praised Vladimir Putin's moves as very savvy and as genius. Do you agree with them?
I do not think anything savvy or genius about Putin. I think Putin is evil. I think he's a dictator. And I think he's murdering people right now. And I think what has happened, I went to Ukraine taking Republicans and Democrats a number of years ago. When I came back from that trip, I requested a meeting with then the Vice President of America, Joe Biden. I went to the Situation Room. And I advocated that we should sell them javelins based upon Russia had come into Ukraine before. They have no defense to be able to fight back. The uniqueness of Ukraine is they don't ask for American men or women to come fight for them. All they ask is to be able to supply the weapons that they could defend themselves, defend their own freedom. That administration said no. President Trump said yes. It gave him some ability. But I think the slowness of what has happened this year, and I've raised this to President Biden earlier in the year when he first communicated with Putin. I did not think sanctions would affect Putin. He's lived under sanctions for decades. I believe that you should have taken action to allow Ukraine to buy weapons early. That could deter Putin from entering and invading. President Biden had intel that said he would invade. But at the whole time he said President Biden would do nothing till after the invasion. He gave that same information to China that shared it with Russia. There's so many mistakes of why this is happening, from the way that President Biden exited Afghanistan, losing 13 members of our military, showing Putin a weakness. And this is a question that I continue to ponder. He provided them Nord Stream 2 pipeline. After they invaded Ukraine, they pulled the sanctions on it, made it that you could not have it, to weaken the economy of Russia. If that weakens the economy of Russia, closing the XL pipeline, wouldn't that weaken the economy of America too then? Just wondering. Yes, ma'am.
Two questions, if I can. Do you believe that the decision to kind of say no to a no-fly zone is the appropriate one?
Look, if America goes out and does a no-fly zone, we're entering the ability to enter into the war. I think that would have to raise the question. I think that would have to be debated in Congress. So I think that would be a real challenge for us right now.
And Mike Pence said that there's no room in the Republican Party for Putin apologists. Do you agree with that?
Yeah. What I would do on your first question, though, I would supply Ukraine with the MiGs. When you're watching day after day innocent people being shot down when they were told that there was a ceasefire to take a route where Russia comes in and murders these individuals, Ukraine wants to defend themselves. Their pilots know how to fly the MiGs. If you're going to supply them with javelins, supply them with the MiGs as well. Let them defend themselves. That's the difference. Yes.
Supporting the Russia bill and the omnibus?
Yes.
Both of
But I wish we did something more. You cannot just shut off Russian gas and not produce in America. I know the president looks to try to go to Iran or Venezuela. That's one dictator for another just trading it. And I'll give you an example in my own home state. You wouldn't think California, but California is blessed to have a lot of ability when it comes to natural resources. Since Gavin Newsom has taken over, he has reduced the production of energy in California by more than 20% when it comes to crude. That's about 89,000 barrels. But you still need the oil. So what's he replaced it with? 50,000 barrels a day from Russia. On his executive orders, he shut down permitting. He shut down hydrocking going into the wells themselves. We could produce all we need in California that he's knocked away from Russia and be able to produce even more. That's what we're looking at. When America produces their own energy, America is stronger and the world is safer. Yes, sir.
Following up on the MiGs situation, what did you make of the Pentagon saying that the move to get those planes into Ukraine via Germany was untenable?
I think they're wrong. I think the longer they take, more people will die. I don't understand if you can supply them with a Javelin and Poland wants to give them MiGs and they want to defend themselves, why wouldn't you allow somebody to defend themselves? Especially when they believe in freedom. Especially this was unprovoked. Putin is evil, and what he's doing to these people is devastating. It's not just America glued to the set. The world is watching this. They're asking to defend themselves. They've never once asked for American men and women in uniform to come and fight. All they want is not to fight with sticks. Allow them that opportunity. And the longer you wait, it just goes back to the very point. If you had the intel that they were going to invade, would you really think the best question is, I'll put sanctions on you after you invade? And then when you put the sanctions on, you listen to President Biden said, this won't work for months, though. What if you had provided them weapons they could buy, deter Russia from ever invading? How many lives would have been saved? We would be in a different situation today. And we should take that exact same lesson and not slow down any weapon sales to Taiwan either. Yes, sir.
Returning to gas prices, if I could, I know there's been some discussion from governors about suspending the gas tax. Your thoughts at the conference?
I think that would be smart. Let's $2,000 more people are going to have to pay simply because their policies are wrong. But that's not a long-term solution because that gas tax goes to the transportation building. So what you really need to do is raise the production in America so that would lower the price, it would lower inflation, more Americans would be working, America would be stronger. We could become not just energy independent, but energy dominant. That we could provide the natural gas for Europe and others so they won't look to Putin. They won't look to Iran. And you know what that means for everyone like me that cares about our environment? Our natural gas is 41% cleaner than Russian natural gas. So let's do something smart. Let's make America stronger, the world safer, and actually a little cleaner. Yes, ma'am.
So there's a conservative group that's kind of urging Republicans to put a pause button on this, to not settle for small victories like an increase in defense spending. The conservative group is the sister of the Heritage Foundation. Do you think there's strong support from all Republicans in your caucus for this funding bill? Or there are some who are hesitant?
On the funding bill is going to be split into two. When you're looking at the security and you're looking at where the world is today and what President Biden requested from the military, it wasn't enough. It wasn't putting us in a place that we could be stronger and protect ourselves. And I think what we're finding in there, that Democrats have a problem even passing a rule. I think Republicans look to, just like in the NDAA, the number of successes we had to modernize our military, to be able to protect from that sense. There's a lot of people that look at that's a positive. Not on the overall bill itself, no.
Just to be clear, you're going to support the Ukraine piece and not the omnibus bill. That's where you are.
Well, there's a security. The omnibus bill will be voted in two. Right. And the first vote, if it still stays the way it is, I call it the security, so it's the DOD, the others. I would support that, yes. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, thank you. Can you just reiterate, are you in support of the Russia oil ban bill, and do you believe your caucus, your
I'm in support of it, but it's not the bill I would have written. It doesn't go far enough, and you can't just ban Russian oil without producing in America. That's why we continue to bring up the American independence energy bill from Putin.
And do you believe the conference will support it?
I believe there'll be a number of people in the conference that will support it. Look, our conference overwhelmingly does not want Russian oil. We want American oil. And unfortunately, the Democrats are in the majority, so they stop short.
Can you also just say why are there motions to adjourn right now? What is the purpose of that on the floor?
What is the purpose of that? That the Democrats dropped a bill that's thousands of pages in the middle of the night last night that's $1.5 trillion. Gives people a little more time to read it. But it's not holding anything up. The things that are holding things up are the Democrats can't pass their own rule. I mean, they have the record for holding the vote open the longest. They have first place and second place. I don't know what they're trying for today. I know they got to retreat. No question today? Yes, sir.
Any update on your conversations with Congressman Gosar and Green?
Yes, I've talked to Green. I'm still waiting to talk to Gosar.
And?
I've talked to him.
But you said, I think you told Jake and Manu that there's no place for...
There isn't no place for that. There's no place for what has gone on with that organization by far, and there never will be in this party, and it will never be tolerated.
Will she go again?
Yes. No, she will not go again.
She get any repercussions for her?
Look, my conversations with my members are exactly that, and I appreciate you asking.
Well, on this topic, I mean, 3 years ago when Steve King made comments that were sympathetic to white supremacists, you supported kicking him off this committee.
I removed him from committee.
Yeah, and obviously Green and Gosar are already off their committees, but you said in November that you'd return them to their committees and use that they might even get better committee assignments. Do you stand by that still?
They have the ability to be able to get committees based upon that time when it comes.
A different question. In oral arguments at the Supreme Court back in December, in the Dobbs versus Jackson women's health case, a Biden Solicitor General Elizabeth Prelogar referred to an unborn baby as a baby. Was she right?
Okay. Say that again. I'm not an attorney. Go through this.
Yes, sir.
We're going to debate a Supreme Court case that I wasn't at and what this said.
Yes. So back in December, Elizabeth Prelogar, Biden Solicitor General, she made a statement in referring to Justice Clarence Thomas's question, asking what the right was that she was specifically seeking in that case. And she referred to an unborn baby as a baby. Do you think she was right?
Okay, I'm not referred to the case. I'm pro-life, so I don't know exactly what you're referring to, but I would always take the life of the child. That answers your question without knowing what you're asking, yes. Other than that, stay safe, stay off the slopes, and hopefully we won't see you later, but it could be a long day.
And a vote to adjourn in its fourth hour now, requested by Republicans, as the House was about to vote on a spending bill to avoid a government shutdown Friday night. Lawmakers are meeting with leadership off the floor to discuss some of the details, including parts of the measure that would claw back COVID-19 funding from states. Democrats also supposed to leave for a retreat in Philadelphia this afternoon. Expecting a briefing with the House Speaker at some point today, planning on bringing that to you live when it happens. It's now scheduled for 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time over on C-SPAN 2. The legislation the House is scheduled to work on also includes banning oil and gas imports from Russia. While we're in this vote, we'll take a look at some of today's Washington Journal on the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the U.S. economy.
This is Representative Blake Moore, Republican of Utah, a member of the Armed Services Committee, also a member of the House Committee on Natural Resources, the Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations. He serves as the ranking member for that body. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much. Appreciate being here.
What was the reaction to the president's decision on oil yesterday?
You know, I think it was expected. I think you've seen the majority of Americans kind of coming in that direction, really frustrated that we're doing anything to aid Russia. I think Congress was moving in that direction, so President Biden preempted it. So I wasn't surprised by it. This is going to be another hit in the last year. I am frustrated at all the policies that have gone in place to raise Americans' gas prices for really no real reason other than political gain. But at this point, I think America needed to come together. What I'm finding from my constituents is that it's so hard for Americans to look at the tragedy going on in Ukraine right now and the suffering for those people and not be able to do more. This is just one little thing that we can continue to do and to show solidarity with the Ukrainian people and hopefully lead our European allies into the right direction to add more sanction and to get away and to damage Putin's economy.
Leading up to yesterday, we heard about Democrats in the House offering up their own sanctions bill. As you understand, what's the status of that? Is that going to go forward, do you think?
I'm not sure the details on everything. There's been a lot going on. We've got a budget that the Democrats have been trying to pass since October, but they've unsuccessfully been able to get us. We just keep doing CRs. That was a lot of the talk yesterday on what they were trying to add to the CR. So seeing the Russian oil ban, I think it's a good decision. I think we needed to move in that direction, and then we need to get actually something done here in Congress too.
Representative Blake, because you serve on the Committee of Natural Resources, a couple of questions about energy independence. How do you define that?
Being a net exporter, being a country that uses our resources in a positive, productive way, and we were going in that direction in so many ways. I also look at it as an opportunity to, if we are able to invest in ourselves and create revenues and profits, we can reinvest that back into finding more renewable opportunities, right? I'm seeing a lot of industry go the direction of finding a way to diversify their portfolio, right? That's the right decision. But relying on foreign energy, relying on, and as we move away from Russia, to even be considering Venezuela or Iran is just something we've got to take dictators at their word. They have bad intentions, they have evil intentions, and we need to be able to shore up what we're doing at home. This is what we've been talking about for the last 13 months on the committee, particularly energy reserves, critical minerals. Why are we not doing it? We do it better with better labor standards, with better environmental standards than the rest of the world. Let's shore up what we're doing so we can then lead the world.
One of the two points that have come up in this discussion, particularly over the decisions yesterday, one was the Keystone pipeline, or that was 10% complete when the president took office. That's one of the things highlighted in a story today. But also there was this bit about the federal leases that have stopped because drillers are sitting on thousands of unused leases that have cited market conditions and lack of investment as more serious obstacles in greater domestic production. You serve on a natural resource committee. You come from Utah, has a lot of natural resources there. What do you think about that latter piece about the actual leases that aren't being used yet?
Well, go back in February 2021, 13 months ago. Go back and look what we were saying. We predicted that this was a bad idea. Look, President Biden came into office and he immediately took a lot of executive action. One of them was the secretarial order. This is the leasing on the ban on leasing on federal lands and federal waters. And then it was also canceling the Keystone pipeline. Like those were fatal flaws that increased our gas prices because it takes away, and gas prices are based on speculation. This is showing a move away from what he wanted to do, and it was purely political, right? It was to appease a wing of his party that wasn't willing to look at the reality of what our energy situation was. So we've been talking about this for 13 months. Now I think the American people are starting to realize, like, oh, okay, bad policy equals increased prices, and it doesn't actually reduce emissions. It doesn't help us because we have to over-rely on OPEC. We have to over-rely on like dictators like what we're seeing right now.
Would you suggest then canceling imports of oil from Canada? That's our major importer as far as oil is concerned.
Allies are a strong thing, and we need a strong united front against these types of Putin and the Ayatollah. We don't need to be leveraging that. So Canada is a good partner and a good trading partner, and that doesn't mean that we can't be still a net exporter too by something like a Keystone pipeline and build a strong relationship with Canada. There's good that comes from that.
And the Keystone pipeline, you've probably heard this as well, would have probably come into full effect if it were in 2023. there's only a portion that's really being in question because there's an existing pipeline that goes to the Gulf Coast apparently. What was the major point of that as far as this add-on to the pipeline? What's the big deal, at least in your mind, about it?
So what we're looking at right now is an inability. We're going to start canceling and start banning oil from Russia, right? And we needed to be in a position to backfill that in a proper way with good partnerships that are productive and that add security to the world. And so embracing that concept, creating jobs, those are all the things that were highlighted around the Keystone Pipeline mostly.
Our guest is going to be with us until 8 o'clock. If you want to ask him questions, 202-748-8000 for Democrats, 202-748-8001 for Republicans, Independents, 202-748-8002. You can also text us your thoughts at 202-748-8003. Because you served on armed services, sir, a question about the offer of these Polish planes to go to Ukraine, the United States response to that offer.
As I saw some of this play out yesterday, we need to be supportive and we need to provide as much aid, lethal aid, weapons as we possibly can to help the Ukrainian people. So if this detracts from that, then I think it's a poor move. Poland,
go ahead, sir,
Poland, nearby nations are doing so much to support the Ukrainian people right now. I mean, they're showing up to train stations with signs that say how many bedrooms they have. I mean, that's an amazing thing, and we need to celebrate that. But we also need to make sure they have what they need to if we can't intervene militarily, we need to be able to help them in any way we possibly can, because supporting Ukraine is fundamental to the expansion of democracy across the globe, and a loss here is it's a win for the bad guys.
Do you think that exchange, if it went forward, would have escalated tensions already existing between Russia and the United States?
Tensions are tight. Tensions are high right now, and no one wants to get involved in anything nuclear or kinetic or anything related to cyber. Nothing. I think that Ukrainian forces need our support, and again, if we can't intervene militarily, we've got to be able to show support however we can.
This is Blake Moore, representative who serves the state of Utah, a member of the Armed Services Committee, a member of the Natural Resources Committee, here to take your questions. We'll start with Rob. Rob is in Colorado, independent line for our guest. Rob, go ahead with your question or comment.
Good morning, sir. Being in western Colorado, I'm in the middle of the oil and gas industry here in Colorado, right next to the eastern part of Utah.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to figure out where you got the situation where leases were canceled. I believe that by law, federal leases are good for 10 years, and they don't expire if they're being drilled on until the well is no longer being used. And in western Colorado, where we live, there's 20.9 million acres of federal land that is leased for oil and gas exploration, but only 9 million is being used.
Correct.
And a week ago Monday on CNBC, an oil and gas analyst indicated that the problem is that that oil and gas industry is not going to concentrate on drilling. They're going to concentrate on profits. So, and as you know, only 5 to 10% of our oil production is on federal lands, and with 11% of natural gas production. So I'm considering, when are you people going to force the oil and gas industry to start drilling again, when they are there for profits and not for drilling? And that is what my question is, because the fact is that going on this program and hearing that leases were canceled, they weren't canceled. The fact is that more leases were not granted starting in February 2021. And the fact is they're not.
Right. No, there are still leases that still haven't even been executed yet, too. There is that gap between the secretarial order and what takes place with banning on federal lands, federal waters through that executive action, and currently what's going on. What I know is gas prices have increased over the course of the last year steadily, month over month, right? And you can look back to the immediate actions that President Biden took when he took office with the secretarial order, with canceling the Keystone Pipeline, and that's been directly related because, again, we know that gas prices there's a lot of factors that go into it, but speculation is the key thing. And as you look at this move away from Biden's energy policies has been a move away from embracing the success that we've seen with what's taken place. The U.S. has reduced emissions far better than any other country in the world, and we've seen that trend take place. And so Biden moved very aggressively to take those executive actions, and it's put us in the wrong direction, and it's been a tax on every single American as we've seen gas prices just grow exponentially over the last year. Now it's going to get even worse because we're not really ready to address this global crisis that's going on. So no, there are leases that still haven't been used. Everybody knows that, right? What we're talking about is the embracing for the future and what that does immediately to gas prices.
From New Jersey, Pat, Republican line.
Hello, sir. Are any of you thinking about where this process is going to lead? You have Visa, MasterCard refusing to do business with Russia. President Biden is banning oil. What's going to happen? Are we going to end up with trading blocks of communists and everybody else? Is this the beginning of the end of globalization? Thank you.
I love that question. I love getting involved in anything of globalized economy, which is what we largely have achieved at this point. We need to do and take this stand against Russia. Now, the good part is, the positive part for America is we're not overly reliant, other than seeing Europe be too reliant on Russian energy. The U.S. itself isn't necessarily reliant on a lot of manufacturing and an integrated economy. For example, when all this hit a couple weeks ago, our governor in Utah moved to ban Russian imported goods and anything like that. It was like one brand of vodka in our liquor stores, which is in a high consumption liquor state, as we know all, and you all joke with us about. But that's my point. Think about this with China. If we were to go in and ban products from China, the economic integration is far, far worse. But with Russia, it's going to be fairly contained. And 2 to 3% of our oil consumption, some coal, and really not much liquefied natural gas is what we took action on. And we're keeping their oligarchs and from being able to do business across the world and in the banking industry and SWIFT and everything. Those are all good things with Russia. We have to take a hard stand here. Where it becomes an issue is if this spills into communist China, and that's why we're watching closely what's going on with China and Russia. If Russia then becomes overly reliant on the Chinese economy because everywhere else in the world has blocked them out, then that strength that would exist from those two countries is a concern.
And then what moves could the U.S. make then towards China if those actions take place?
Well, we've already been able to show good relationships with India, Southeast China. The best way to add a deterrence against China is find new manufacturing opportunities. But we're not there yet with China. There is a strong economic integration. It hurts them as well. If I would argue that sanctions against China would hurt them a lot more than it would necessarily hurt us, especially if we can find new manufacturing opportunities. But that we're not anywhere near where we are with being able to distance ourselves from Russia.
Representative Blake Moore of Utah joining us, Republican from Utah. Kathleen from Chicago, Democrats line. Good morning. You're next up.
Good morning. How you doing?
Great. How are you?
I would like to know, why is it that every time this president tried to do something to help this country, even though he's trying to help other countries, it's going to be bankrupt? Why do you all get all this money that you can send out of this country by the millions to other countries? But when it comes to this country, you always broke. I don't understand that. Another thing I want to ask you all are sitting up there getting paid just like the Democrats. But the whole time that this man has been in office, you all are not even trying to work with him. How can you work with other people and you don't even work with your own president? To me, this is a travesty. We vote you guys in the office to help this country also. When you win your seats, I would think that you all would get together, whether you like Biden or not, and work for the American people. We don't have to be bankrupt. We got money. How can we not have money when you all are sending millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars to other countries? Can you please answer that and actually answer that?
Okay, that's Kathleen in Chicago.
Absolutely. It's always a fair question to determine what our foreign aid is versus our domestic aid and our domestic spending policies. A couple things here. You're talking to me particularly, so you can go ahead, and I'm really thrilled with my 14 months in Congress. I've had a very, very strong bipartisan voting record. I serve on 2 committees. One of them is still the last bastion of bipartisanship that we'll get in Congress. That's the Armed Services Committee, and the support of our veterans, the support of our military. That's been a very good, positive, productive, approach this year. Natural resources is more tense because it is related to a lot of energy policy decisions, and there's always going to be conflict between 2 different ideologies from Republican to Democrat. But amidst all that, I've found numerous opportunities with respect to recreation, things with environmental concerns that we have, just particularly out west, because that's where I represent, and that's a lot of people on this committee. There's a lot of good bipartisan work. I've had a bill signed by President Biden, and I'm very proud of that. That's one of the things that I've taken away from my first year. I will always push back and be very, very clear on how I view economic policy. President Biden ran in his campaign, he ran on a message of unity and bringing America together. The minute that the Georgia Senate flipped to Democrat, and it was a Democrat-controlled White House, House, and Senate, I'm sorry, I don't think anybody can look at what President Biden, he made a huge shift. He ran on this principle of not being Bernie Sanders, and all of a sudden, Bernie Sanders is the head of the budget, and he controlled all the budget, and they pushed trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars, the most progressive agenda that we've seen in our lifetimes, in the history of our nation. And we've never seen this kind of spending proposal. So yeah, this last year, there's been a lot of pushback on the amount of spending. Why? Because that type of government spending loads a whole bunch of money into the economy that when you don't offset it and you have a depressed workforce, supply chain issues, all that does, ma'am, that is a direct tax on every single American. We've seen inflation at a 40-year high. I was 2 years old when we saw this type of inflation. Right? That's the kind of stuff we're pushing back against. And so President Biden ran on a promise of unity, and his performance in the White House has been a completely different push. And they took that as an opportunity. Democrats and the leadership in Democrat Party looked at, okay, we've got control of all these houses of Congress, we've got control of the White House, let's go big. Instead of looking at it like, wow, we actually have a very, very split government right now. It's a very, very small margins in both the House and the Senate, smaller than we've seen, and that should have been an opportunity to work together. So we have not seen that type of willingness for bipartisanship from Democrat leadership as well. So I hope you see from my response, I've shown that I'm willing to work across the aisle and have really good, productive solutions. And I only have 14 months to go on from my time in Congress, but I have not seen that same from the leadership side of the Democrats. They tried to they've done everything they could to get rid of the filibuster. They're taking really aggressive measures, more spending than proposals than we've ever seen, and that ultimately hurts every American because of inflation.
Representative, there's the Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer sending out a tweet this morning on their side, at least, saying they've reached a budget agreement for the people. He adding in his tweet, it will address major challenges we face from COVID to the vicious and immoral attack on Ukraine and need to lower costs for American families. Reporting on this saying $14 billion for Ukraine, more money for COVID, supplemental $15 billion. It also says, at least the Republicans are touting, a $42 billion increase for defense spending.
Yeah, there's lots of things with respect to the budget swirling right now, right? This has been going on again since October, and they've just continually kicked the can down the road and kicked the can down the road with all these CRs. I think there's even another CR that's supposed to be proposed today, like a 4-day CR, because they've had all this time to get it figured out and they don't. We want a full accounting of the money that's still unspent from all this COVID relief. So for there to be COVID relief in here it's flabbergasting to see a $1.9 trillion COVID relief bill that very little of that, very small percentage of that actually went to direct COVID relief. Over a year ago. What that directly led to was, flooding the market with money and creating an inflation that we haven't seen in 40 years. So to add more COVID spending is just mind-boggling. But the Ukrainian, everybody here agrees with the Ukrainian aid. What we struggle with is getting a bill at 1:30 a.m. and then expected to vote on it. It's 2,700 pages. It's just one of those bad mismanagement of floor time. I got Democrat friends that are saying to me like, "Hey, we want to be in the majority still, but man, can you guys run this? Can you guys run the floor? Like to get a bill 2,700 pages at 1:30 a.m. and then like we're going to vote on it today potentially, or at least the 4-day extension, and then have it by Monday. I mean, it's disingenuous to the American people. We need to do better. And you know what? We have budget. We have these CR budget issues when Republicans are in the majority. And I hope to be somebody that can bring more of a private sector. Let's be smart. Let's get out ahead of it. Let's back plan instead of always be up against these deadlines and then try to cajole members back and forth. And they're spending all day on the floor yesterday trying to see where their members are at. Let's take a sincere approach and come together. There's a lot of spending. There's a lot of the appropriations process that Republicans are supportive of.
So, but as far as the full budget bill, where are you as far as supporting that?
It's hard for me to support a $1.5 trillion bill by getting it this morning at 1:30 a.m. by this afternoon. And plus, I really struggle to see more COVID relief getting jammed in there just so they can satisfy some of their more progressive members when that's been the reason that so many Americans are facing inflation. So it's tough. I'm very supportive of. I'm going to be somebody that's willing to engage on this. I know, and this is only what 1/3 of our entire budget. So this isn't the reason that we're in debt constantly and why we have so much deficit spending. There's a lot of good talk among my Republican colleagues about how we can be supportive of this. So we'll see when it comes out. But again, we got this just this morning at the wee hours.
Let's go to Don in Ohio, Independent Line.
Hello, yeah. Now, we're talking about the energy and everything. Now, talk about the farmers, $469 or 469 cents a gallon. What are the farmers supposed to do? There's no electric car. There's no electric truck. We don't have a choice. So why is he coming down on the farmer with this? Help us out.
Okay, that's Don in Ohio.
That's the point I'm trying to make here with high energy prices, high gas prices, record inflation. It's just not good economic policy, and this is a lot of this is foreseen. We know the equation of loading a whole bunch of money into the market, a whole bunch of free money that loads our monetary supply, and again, with a depressed workforce, too much money going after too few goods. There's only one equation for that, and that is record inflation, and that's hitting every American, particularly farmers. I represent a lot of agriculture communities, and they've had it tough. There's growing issues with respect to water and how we're gonna manage that and prioritize our food. I love what Utah legislators, Utah community is really working hard on this. They care deeply about this, and we're trying to come up with productive solutions. Hopefully, at the local level, we can always be supportive of our agriculture and having what they need. There's a lot more policy to get into, but we need to recognize where the priorities are: healthcare, food. Those are types of things that we've got to always be thinking about.
James joins us from Richmond, Virginia, Democrats line.
Yes, sir. Good morning to you. I find it amazing how when Trump was in here doing everything that he should not have been doing, even the $1 trillion to the wealthy and stuff like that on his tax incentive, y'all had no problem with that. Biden come along, want to do the infrastructure and more wholesome stuff for the nation. All you Republicans do is sit around, murmur, and complain about everything. And this nonsense that you're talking about the inflation, you tell these supermarkets in America, stop throwing away everything, use it for a tax write-off, and we would be better off. You tell them with the farmers, help the farmers. Tell these big supermarkets is out throwing away everything, give it to food banks around the world or whatever else, and everything will start balancing itself out. You rich people seem to think but one thing, you don't care about yourselves. You care about me paying $20 for gas? No, you don't. So stop it.
Okay, that's James in Richmond.
Okay, great. Well, there's a lot to respond to there. Let me just highlight a couple things. The debt has increased over Republicans and Democrats for the last 20 some odd years. Last time we had a balanced budget, I think we had, it was in 1997. You had the Clinton administration, you had a Republican-led legislature, there was a willingness to work together. I hope to be somebody that can revive that. I'm hopeful and confident that as Republicans, if Republicans can be in the majority come next year, that we have an opportunity to get our fiscal house in order and do so better than what we've done over the last 20 years. With respect to President Trump and the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, like, folks, I'm just going on data here. And I know there's a lot of hyperbole and there's a lot of, debate over this. The Tax Cut and Jobs Act increased wages. It increased middle-class wages. It increased an ability for American companies to stay within our borders and not have to go and offshore a lot of their work because they were globally competitive tax rates. Globally competitive tax rates is not just only tax benefits for the wealthy. There was a rising tide there. We saw real wages increase. With President Biden's policies, we've seen inflation, which will decrease people's spending power. That is a direct tax on all Americans. That is just data, right? And so the infrastructure bill should have been an opportunity to come together. You saw a little bit more collaborative nature in the Senate on this, and an ability to kind of come together and work together. In the House, the infrastructure bill was nothing more than a ploy to get their more moderate members to jump on board to the other trillions and trillions of spending with respect to the Build Back Better plan. Like, there's no way around that. That's what it was. It was a hook. We'll give you your infrastructure bill and we'll all vote for it only if you support our Build Back Better. Those two things were tied together. That's what's disingenuous. We could have gotten together with the narrow margins that we have right now. We could have easily come together on an infrastructure bill. But when it's tied to trillions and trillions of more spending, like, that's really tough. And that's what took place in the House of Representatives. I lived it. Trust me. You can talk to all of my infrastructure advocates back in Utah. There was a sincere desire to do this, but I'm not going to be responsible for just paving a way for multi-trillion-dollar spending that is ultimately bad for our economy and bad for all Americans, middle class, lower class, everything. That's data. That's the case.
Representative Blake Moore, Republican of Utah, joining us, and we thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
And the House in this vote to adjourn for more than 4 hours now at the request of Republicans, as the House was about to vote on a spending bill to avoid a government shutdown Friday night. Lawmakers are meeting with leadership off the floor to discuss the details, including parts of the measure that would claw back COVID-19 funding from states. Nicholas Wu with Politico tweeting a possible end to the House vote may come soon. A resolution could be in sight as the Rules Chair, Jim McGovern, came out of Nancy Pelosi's office saying that she'll be making an announcement shortly. Democrats also supposed to leave for a retreat in Philadelphia this afternoon. That planned departure now delayed. Expecting to hear again from the House Speaker in just over an hour. We'll bring you her remarks live on C-SPAN 2. The legislation in the House is also scheduled to be working on banning oil and gas imports from Russia. So while we're still in this vote, we'll take a look at some of the rules debate from earlier.
Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Oklahoma, my good friend Mr. Cole, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume, and during consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purposes of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, let me wish you good morning, and my good friend Mr. Cole, good morning. It feels like just a couple of hours ago I was saying good morning. But let me say to the gentleman, he looks marvelous for getting no sleep, and it's great to be with you. Madam Speaker, the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 972, providing for the consideration of the Senate amendment to H.R. 2471, the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2022. It provides for a motion to concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 2471 with a House amendment and 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the Chair and Ranking Minority Member of the Committee on Appropriations. It divides the question on adoption of the motion into 2 votes in the order specified by the Chair, and provides that if any portion of the divided question fails, the House shall be considered to have made no disposition of the Senate amendment. The rule also provides for consideration of H.J. Res. 75, the extension of Continuing Appropriations Act of 2022 under a closed rule. It provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the Chair and Ranking Minority Member of the Committee on Appropriations, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. Finally, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 6968, the Suspending Energy Imports from Russia Act, under a closed rule. It provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means, and provides 1 motion to recommit. Madam Speaker, the bills contained in this rule are about investing in our communities and families here at home and living up to our values abroad. Throughout last summer, House Democrats were hard at work passing appropriation bills funding nearly all of the federal government to build on the momentum of our economic recovery. This full-year omnibus is the product of extensive bipartisan, bicameral negotiations. Both sides have come together to produce an agreement to fund the government that I think has resulted in a very, very good bill. This means this agreement does not include everything I wanted, and I know it doesn't include everything my Republican friends wanted. But I think at the end of the day, it's a good package that is going to benefit the American people. I especially want to recognize Chairwoman DeLauro and Ranking Member Granger and thank them for forging a bipartisan path forward. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the incredible staff of the Appropriations Committee, as well as the incredible staff of the Rules Committee, Democrats and Republicans, who have worked tirelessly to bring this legislation to the floor today. I think most of my colleagues here do not appreciate how hard the staff works, and I think the American people ought to be proud of those who serve up here in both parties for their public service. The work of Chairwoman DeLauro and Ranking Member Granger could not have come at a more critical time. We are at a moment in history that demands a strong, confident America. And the certainty provided by this omnibus will allow us to tackle some of our country's biggest challenges by helping to support good-paying American jobs, by building ladders of opportunity for hardworking families, by confronting the existential threat of climate change, and by investing in life-saving research into maternal health, mental health, and opiate abuse. I am proud that we negotiated a government funding package that centers the needs of middle-class and working families, not the rich and not on powerful special interests. I'm particularly proud that one of the provisions included in this package is funding for a White House conference on food, nutrition, hunger, and health. It is something that we have worked together on in a bipartisan way in the Rules Committee and with Democrats and Republicans in the Senate. We live in the United States of America, the richest country on the history of this planet. And yet, as we gather here today, close to 40 million of our fellow citizens don't know where the next meal is going to come from. There is not a single congressional district in America that is hunger-free. We ought to be ashamed of that. And hunger is a political condition. We can solve this problem, but we need to have the political will. And this conference, I hope, will provide that political will. I'll remind my colleagues the last time we had a conference on this subject was 54 years ago. And so I am looking forward to working with the White House and my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to forge a path forward to end hunger in America once and for all. Madam Speaker, this rule also provides for consideration of a short-term continuing resolution that keeps the government funded at current levels through March 15 to give the United States Senate adequate time to pass this full-year omnibus agreement and get it to President Biden's desk so that he can sign it. And in the wake of the unprovoked and horrific invasion of Ukraine at the hands of Russian President Vladimir Putin, this Congress is taking urgent bipartisan action to protect global peace and security and hold Putin's corrupt regime accountable. Yesterday, I co-chaired a meeting of the Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission, and we had a detailed discussion about what was happening in Ukraine and the fact that what is happening has risen to the level of war crimes, and there needs to be accountability. You know, we've all seen the awful pictures and the awful videos. Madam Speaker, families gunned down, apartment buildings bombed, and the indiscriminate use of force. Yet still, the people of Ukraine are courageously standing up for freedom. Congress, the Biden administration, and the people of the United States must stand with them. And that is exactly what this measure does. By encouraging the World Trade Organization members to suspend concessions to Russia, taking steps to review Russia's international trade status, and, very importantly, by reauthorizing a strengthened Global Magnitsky Human Rights Accountability Act so that the United States can impose further sanctions on human rights abusers in Russia and around the globe. America is standing up to bullies like Putin who think that they can evade their way into an empire and blackmail the world with their oil. And I want to commend President Biden for taking action to stop the import of Russian energy products into the United States, action which our legislation supports. I should also say, Madam Speaker, that I had kind of hoped that this could have come up under suspension, because I like to think there is no dissent on what we are doing in this legislation. And I'm concerned that some of my friends on the other side objected to the strengthening of human rights provisions in the Magnitsky Act. Ironically, the language that we are using is language very similar to the executive order put forward by President Trump. I don't agree with him on a lot of things, almost nothing, but I think he was right signing an executive order to actually strengthen the human rights criteria for the Magnitsky legislation. I mean, we ought to hold human rights abusers, those guilty of corruptions, accountable. And for anybody to want to weaken the standard, to want to let some people off the hook, I think is unconscionable. And so I hope there's a strong bipartisan vote on this. And finally, I want to highlight that our bipartisan omnibus agreement includes $13.6 billion in emergency military, humanitarian, and economic support for Ukraine. This week, the United States has warned that this is the, quote, fastest growing refugee crisis in Europe since World War II, end quote. And I'm proud that we are taking the moral obligation of humanitarian assistance seriously. Together, these measures, in addition to the strong leadership shown by President Biden, working quickly and in close consultation with our allies and partners, have placed enormous pressure on President Putin and his corrupt oligarchs to end this war. And I hope that he does that immediately. The final thing I'm going to say is to echo what I began with. This bill is not perfect through the eyes of anybody, whether you're a liberal Democrat like me or whether you're a conservative Republican. And this rule allows people to express their support and their lack of support for different parts of this bill very clearly. Some think that the defense section is too high. I personally do, but we have an opportunity to be able to vote yes or no on that. Some think that the investments in domestic spending are too high. I think they're not high enough, but whatever. People have an opportunity to be able to vote yes or no on that. So I hope that we can get support for the rule, and I hope that we can get this legislation passed today, sent over to the Senate, and help the American people. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank my very good friend, the distinguished gentleman from Massachusetts, Chairman McGovern, for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume. Today's rule covers 3 items. The first item is a bill to ban imports of Russian oil into the United States and to impose additional sanctions following Russia's unprovoked and unjust invasion of Ukraine. Madam Speaker, although I will be supporting this bill, I cannot help but feel that this is a half measure and a missed opportunity to exhibit unified support on immediate steps to confront Putin's evil regime. Yesterday, Senators Wyden and Crapo introduced a much stronger bill, one that was negotiated over the weekend by Republicans and Democrats in both the House and the Senate. But rather than taking yes for an answer, the majority instead put forward a weaker bill, one that's watered down and leaves loopholes wide enough to drive a tanker through. Banning Russian oil imports in the wake of Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine should be an obvious no-brainer, just as it ought to be a no-brainer for the President to reverse his misguided policies and unleash development of America's own energy sources. But instead of doing so, the Biden administration continues to discourage domestic oil and gas production and is asking every other oil producer in the world to make up the difference. Instead of encouraging our own domestic sources of energy, which could meet our needs, critically supply our allies, and strengthen American energy independence, President Biden has instead taken steps like unilaterally canceling the Keystone XL pipeline, imposing a ban on new oil and gas exploration and leasing on federal lands, and telling hard-working Americans who are struggling to buy expensive gasoline to instead go buy more expensive electric vehicles. Failing to develop America's energy resources is a missed opportunity, Madam Speaker, just like this bill. We had a better option. I wish we had taken it. Our second item today is an omnibus appropriations package covering the remainder of the year 2022, and the third is a short-term continuing resolution to ensure continuity of government funding while Congress processes the larger bill. Madam Speaker, it's been a very, very long road to get to this point, but today the House will act on a bipartisan, bicameral appropriations package. As Vice-Ranking Member of the Appropriations Committee, I'm encouraged that we are finally nearing completion of this fundamental function of Congress to provide full-year funding for the government. We are here today in a time of great crisis. 2 weeks ago, Russian President Vladimir Putin launched an unprovoked and unjust war against Ukraine, its democratic neighbor to the west. Inflation has skyrocketed to a 40-year high, and due to the administration's reckless action, gas prices have continued to soar month after month after month. Yet despite these crises, the members of this body have worked together and have found common ground on today's legislation. As I've said many times, one of the most consequential duties of a member of Congress is to fund the government and keep it open and operating. At a time of crisis, this is more important than ever. Last year, the Appropriations Committee passed all 12 appropriations bills out of committee and succeeded in passing 9 of those bills across the floor before the August recess. Unfortunately, these bills were partisan and did not receive support from any Republican members, and with good reason. Today, we are 5 months into fiscal year 2022, and despite the long process, the road forward has always been clear. It was clear last July, just as it's clear today, that in order to reach a final bipartisan, bicameral deal on appropriations for FY 2022, 4 conditions needed to be met. I'm greatly pleased that in this bill meets all 4. The first is to ensure that the long-standing bipartisan pro-life provisions historically included in the appropriations bills are restored. These include the Hyde Amendment, which prevents federal dollars from being used to pay for abortions, except in the limited cases of rape, incest, and life of the mother, and the Weldon Amendment, which protects American doctors, nurses, and other health care professionals from participating in and providing abortions if they have a moral objection. The inclusion of these and other broadly popular provisions was and is an absolute necessity for this bill to have any chance of becoming law. I'm personally deeply grateful that they are included in this package. Second, partisan policy riders that were included in the bills that passed the House last summer needed to come out. These are provisions that both sides did not agree to and do not enjoy bipartisan consensus. At the end of the day, we needed to reach an agreement on these items to move forward, and fortunately, each of these provisions has been removed. Third, the level of defense spending absolutely needed to come up. Unfortunately, last year, President Biden's proposed a budget that underfunded national defense, repeating the mistake of the Obama-Biden administration of chronically underfunding our national defense. But earlier this year, the House Armed Services Committee and the Senate Armed Services Committee, both controlled by Democrats, worked together in a bipartisan manner to authorize an increase in defense spending of $25 billion over the fiscal year. In today's bill, appropriators actually went beyond that ensuring a robust increase in defense spending. This increase is necessary to ensure that our armed forces will have the funds needed to maintain our readiness and to procure the weapons and assets the warfighters of tomorrow will need to continue to succeed on the battlefield. This includes increases for defense assets based in my own home state of Oklahoma. If the present crisis in Ukraine shows us nothing else, it should show us the need to continue to adequately fund our national defense. Finally, the fourth condition that needed to be met was that the proposed levels of non-defense spending had to come down. In the initial set of bills that passed the House, my friends in the majority sought to include a 17% increase in non-defense spending. While that no doubt included many worthy items, Republicans generally felt that 17% was excessive, particularly given the substantial needs on the defense side of the ledger. But the bill before us today increases non-defense spending by just 6.7%. which will allow the increased investments, will allow for increased investments in key areas while also ensuring that we will continue to be responsible stewards of taxpayer dollars. Of course, this 6.7% ensures that there will be significant and important investments in non-defense areas across the government. I'm particularly pleased that the National Institutes of Health will receive a robust $2.25 billion increase, which will help advance medical science, help address future pandemics, and continue our progress toward defeating the scourge of cancer. We are also funding ARPA-H, one of the President's highest priorities, at $1 billion in its first year of operation. I'm also encouraged that this bill provides significant increases for TRIO, Gear Up, two programs that are close to my heart that help first-generation students go to college. These are just a few of the programs that I could point to that are worthy of increased funding and investment, and this bill has done that. The legislation before us today represents a negotiated compromise between the House and the Senate, and obviously between Democrats and Republicans. Given that it's a compromise, that means neither side got everything that they wanted. As I've often said, in a compromise, you have to give up more than you'd like to get less than you want. Indeed, this is not the bill I would have written had I written it alone. But at the end of the day, it represents a good balance for Congress and for the nation. Before I finish, I want to congratulate my friends and colleagues on the Appropriations Committee, particularly Chairwoman Rosa DeLore and Ranking Member Kay Granger, without whom we would not have gotten to where we are today. And I also want to extend my huge thank you, as my chairman did, to the Appropriations Committee staff and to the Rules staff on both sides of the aisle. These staffers are truly unsung heroes who spent many long and sleepless nights over the preceding weeks, including the past weekend. We would not be here without them today. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me just say that I have enormous respect for the gentleman from Oklahoma, and I think, and there's this old adage that you don't have to agree on everything to agree on something, and much of what he cited is something that I think we all can agree on. Investments in medical research, support for the NIH, investments in trying to find ways to manage and cure cancer. All those things are incredibly important, and I think they bring us together. Some of the things he said I disagree with. I believe it is a mistake to deny women their legal reproductive rights, and I think the defense budget is way too big. Spending more on something doesn't necessarily get you a better result. We need to spend more efficiently and more effectively. We have a military budget that is so bloated, that is so excessive, that is so filled with cost overruns that even Dr. Strangelove would be impressed. We need to do better. But having said that, I am aware that we have to be able to live within we have to be able to deal on legislation within the reality that we live in. And so, we have a 50-50 Senate. We have a majority here in the House, not as big as I would like. Hopefully that changes in November. But the bottom line is we have to work with what we have. And I think that's what has occurred here. I just want to say one thing, though. We continue to hear this claim that President Biden's climate policies are somehow to blame for the latest spike in gas prices. But I think we need to just set the record straight here. Domestic energy production is up, it is rising, and it is approaching records. There are over 9,000 approved drilling permits the oil industry is not using. And truth is that changes in domestic energy policy often take years to impact global energy markets. Instead, what is happening here is oil companies are using Putin's war as an excuse to jack up prices at the pump even more. And they argue for looser regulations, cheaper drilling, and more pollution. This is Putin's price hike. And quite frankly, at this time of global crisis, I would like to appeal to the patriotism of big oil in this country to not make record profits their priority, to actually put the American people's interest, in fact, the global interest, first. So let's not fool ourselves that greed isn't at play here. And I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a March 4th opinion article written by the House Natural Resource Committee Chairman Raul Grijalva entitled "Oil and Gas Lobbyists Are Using Ukraine to Push for a Drilling Free-for-All in the United States."
Without objection.
At this time, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Let me thank the gentleman, and as well, let me add my appreciation to Chairwoman Rosa DeLauro and Ranking Member Granger, and admit that the world now sees this every day in American newspapers and around the world, the pillage, the desperation, the violence, the death of women and children in Ukraine, the worst humanitarian crisis that we've seen in a century, and as well, the absolute outrage of the killing machine that Putin is and the terroristic acts. He is a war criminal. I rise today to support H.R. 6968 and to be able to thank my friend from Texas, Mr. Doggett, for joining us together to be able to move forward on language that works to hold Russia accountable for its invasion of Ukraine by denying its preferential trade treatment and seeking to remove it from the World Trade Organization. This legislation bans Russian energy imports and suspends preferential trade treatment with Belarus, which I was at the border of Belarus as it was hosting 30 to 40,000 Russian troops, and its reckless attitude of incarcerating and detaining its own political opposition. The head of Belarus is no better. The president receives the ability to further increase tariffs on Russian or Belarusian goods. Congress is empowered to disapprove any presidential decision to restore normal trade relations or to remove the import ban. It further closes yet another avenue for Russian participation in the world economy by revoking most favored nation status, dealing with the exports, as well as its participation in the world trade, and denying Belarus membership. Further, with this ban on Russian energy imports, Americans will no longer be contributing to Putin's most violent actions. He is a war criminal. He is killing children. Let me also rise in support of H.R. 2471. I call it Working Americans Response Act. It is an appropriations that deals with health care and education. It deals with climate change, and it also deals with responding to the needs of the American people.
Time has expired.
The gentleman, additional 30 seconds.
You're recognized for another 30
thank
seconds.
you so very much. It additionally responds to the potential of those that are facing domestic violence and sexual assault with the Violence Against Women Act that I led and had passed in this House just a few months ago. So let me say that this is a job well done to all of those who have been working, but let us do this in a bipartisan manner. The people of Ukraine cry out in pain. Russia is now brought to its knees. Let's make sure that Vladimir Putin never stands on the world stage again. Again, I thank you so very much. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves, and the gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I yield time to my next speaker, I want to yield myself such time as I may consume, just to quickly respond to my friend's comment about the energy industry. I'm from an energy district. I'm from an energy state. My constituents and their forebears have produced more energy than they have consumed for over 100 years, and they've shared it all over the world, but particularly across this country. Thank God for them, because quite frankly, what Americans would be paying at the pump now would be astronomical if it were not for them. And since 2005, American oil and gas production, or oil production, has doubled. And that's due to their ingenuity. And frankly, we pay almost the lowest energy prices in the world. And I'm sorry to put all these energy increases off on Vladimir Putin. He's certainly responsible for those this week. But the reality is, for the entire Biden presidency, energy prices have been going up. And that's because the president, on his very first day, effectively declared war on the fossil fuel industry. You know, he canceled the Keystone Pipeline. He changed the leasing and drilling rules on federal land. The hostility has been simply overwhelming. And now, where does that put us? The United States is going to Iran to ask them to increase energy prices, the largest sponsor of state terrorism. We're spending, friends, down, representatives to Venezuela. My God, why don't we just call people in Houston and Oklahoma City and Cheyenne? We've got lots of places that know how to produce energy and have been doing it cheaply, efficiently, fairly, and cleanly for decades. So the reality is, let's not attack them. They're our salvation in a time of trial, and they're our national security in moving forward. So I just think, I feel very strongly about that. With that, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished member of the Rules Committee and of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Dr. Burgess of Texas.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
For yielding, and I also am from an energy state, and I want to associate myself with the remarks of Ranking Member Cole as far as the energy industry is concerned. Quite correct. The hostility of the Biden administration to American energy was front and center from day one when the president took the oath of office, and it is only the last 6 weeks that we've seen the hostility from Putin and Russia, but the seeds were set for record high energy prices because of the activities of the Biden administration and the Democratic leadership in this Congress, quite frankly. But I'm here today to speak about the spending bill that's in front of us. Halfway through the fiscal year, we finally have the appropriations bills for the spending for this year, and I'm grateful to see a copy on the Speaker's desk. That's the only copy that I have seen. Certainly we didn't have a copy last night in the Rules Committee, so I'm gratified to know that there does exist a copy of this spending bill. But once again, no member of the People's House has really had the opportunity to look at and weigh in on, no ability to amend last night in the Rules Committee, no ability to really affect this massive spending bill that is in front of us. I plan to offer several amendments to improve this bill. The public health mandates are easing around the country. The Department of Transportation still requires patrons to wear masks on public transportation on airlines. This could and should be rescinded, and this was an opportunity to do just that. As Mr. Cole mentioned, we are experiencing some of the highest gas prices in over a decade, maybe even in this generation, and no funds in this bill should be expended to restrict the operation or development of oil and gas pipelines to get that vitally needed energy out of places like the Permian Basin to population centers, Dallas, Houston, Oklahoma City, where they can be consumed or where they can be liquefied and exported to other countries. Look, federal agencies are behind. Veteran services are severely backlogged. I would have loved to submit an amendment to appropriate some additional dollars, $2 billion, to the Department of Veterans Affairs so that they could relieve this backlog for our veterans. And in fact, the budget neutrality requirements in the Medicare physician fee schedule, those could have been waived, and we could have done so with the excess funds in the Provider Relief Fund, and given our frontline health personnel a little bit of a break from the fact that they've been on the front lines battling the coronavirus for 2 years, and what do they get for that effort? A pay cut. So the Congressional Budget Office did provide to the Budget
The gentleman's time has expired.
I yield the gentleman an additional minute.
You're recognized for additional time.
The Congressional Budget Office did provide to the Budget Committee, of which I'm also a member, a list of the top 20 agencies that are overfunded with funds that have been appropriated over the last 2 years. And in fact, the totality of those 20 accounts is $340 billion. There were monies available to do a lot of things that are in this bill could have been offset if we'd simply taken the time to do it. And I will say, since I'm a member of the authorizing...
Wish to change your vote.
Katko, Mr. Delgado, Mrs. Kim of California, and Ms. Malayotakis. Off no one, aye for Mr. Grothman.
On this vote, the yeas are 173 and the nays are 255. The motion is not adopted. The gentleman from Massachusetts is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me just say to the members that things are going exactly according to plan. Everything is beautiful in its own way, and in a few moments I will withdraw this rule. It's been a long day, but we have some important work to do in front of us. And I'm excited about what we're about to do with the omnibus and the aid to Ukraine. And we will finish it today. So I feel pretty good. We will reconvene the Rules Committee to report a new rule on the items before us. I expect a new rule to be on the floor pretty quickly, I hope. And I hope we get bipartisan support for all of these important measures. I don't have anything else to say other than with that, Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the rule.
The resolution is withdrawn. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
Today, the House is considering legislation to fund the government through September 30th. Current government funding expires Friday night, which means the government will shut down unless Congress provides further funding. The House is also considering a bill that would ban importing oil and gas from Russia. When the House is back in session, you can find live coverage here on C-SPAN. C-SPAN is your